The following recorded book, Jack Anorey and the Heart of a Dragon, was written by me, Bonna Vercelli, and I retain all rights to this intellectual property, which was created and written by me. Jack Anorey and the Heart of a Dragon by Bonna Vercelli. Chapter 1, Dragonville. In the beginning, there was a very short tale that went like this. I'll tell you a story about Jack Anorey, and now my story's begun. I'll tell you another about his brother, and now my story is done. There was absolutely no more to this story. That was totally it. If anyone wanted to know more about Jack and his brother, all they would hear in answer to their curiosity were those same words repeated over and over. That is, until now. For there is much more than this tiresome rhyme about Jack Anorey and his little brother, whose name was Jules. It is a tale of two boys who cleverly figured a way to kill a dark dragon which haunted their village. They realized they had to get to the dragon's soft heart spot, for that would be the only way to end the dragon's life. But how to accomplish that fact? That was the problem that had to be solved. Jack and Jules lived in an ancient time when the earth was inhabited by creatures that no longer exist in the realm you and I know. They were born in a small hamlet called Dragonville, which was nestled in a valley surrounded by misty mountains. The village's name came from an ominous, distant, dark mountain called Dragon Mountain, where an actual fire-breathing dragon lived. Even far away, Dragon Mountain managed to cast its shadow over the small village of Dragonville, for the villagers lived in fear and dread of the day the dragon would come and destroy their village. The boy's grandfather, Sedgwick Anorey, was the village's alarmist, in charge of the weekly drills the villagers went through, preparing for the day the dragon turned their way to attack. There was always an air of intensity on those days, as though the dragon was actually hovering over them. Grandfather Anorey would begin blowing his whistle with a shriek, 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 and the people would leap to life as though their very lives depended on how fast they responded. Mothers would race through the streets in a frenzy, gathering their children with sharp jerks, herding them into damp cellars, specially dug to hide from their enemy, the deadly dragon. Men would race for their swords, while the assigned group of militiamen would fly to their catapult positions, hefting rocks which were to be launched from the contraptions as flying projectiles toward the approaching enemy. All this was done in a furor of fear, and at last, when Grandfather Anorey's whistle would once again shriek, sounding the all clear, the inhabitants would emerge from their positions pale and wide-eyed, shaking from the frenzy of the all-too-real drill, their hair raised on end. Each time they prepared for the day the drill would be the real deal. It was on one of these drill days that Jack and Jules emerged from the dank cellar into the bright white day. Jack was clutching Jules' hand, staring at the pale faces and clenched teeth of his aunt and mother. Releasing Jules' hand, Jack fled to the side of the house, where he lost his breakfast in a river of vomit. Sinking to the ground, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, trembling with fear, as he had most every day he could remember of the 8 years of his small life. Little Jules, only 6, sank down beside Jack, snuggling into his side, wiping tears from his eyes with his own sleeve. "I dreamt last night that he came, Jack," Jules confessed, new tears streaming. "It was a terrible dream, like always." I know, Jules. I think we all have the same nightmares, everyone in this damned village, Jack croaked as he ruffled the auburn hair of his little brother. Jack, you'll not be using words like that, his mother exclaimed, even as she offered him a rag to wipe his face. She was a thin woman, hazel eyes lined with worry, her faded red hair pulled back into a bun, strands escaping around her face. Sorry, Mother, but it's what Grandfather always says, and that's a fact. Your grandfather's got his ways and words, and I can do nothing about that, Jack Anorey. But you know better. And as long as I'm your mother, I'm not putting up with that kind of language from any son of mine. You'll bring me a dragon here to kill us all, you keep talking like that. Yes, ma'am, Jack said with downcast eyes, wrapping his arm around Jules, huddling by the wall of the house. Two small boys, soaked to the bone in the milk of fear. Chapter 2. Change of Heart. Mary, the boy isn't eaten again, Jack's father snorted as he speared another piece of venison. The family had been eating in silence, enjoying the stew and fresh baked bread on the table. Jack and Jules sat together on one side of the table across from their mother, Mary. At each end of the table sat the two men of the family, Jasper and his father, Sedgwick. Father and son had an uncanny resemblance, though Jasper's eyes were a deeper blue and his dark brown hair had not turned to gray, as had Sedgwick's. Jasper, this is what he does every drill day. You know how he is, replied Jack's mother. Jack's father turned to him in disgust. Jack, you're 8 years old. Look at Jules, a 6-year-old, and he's eating just fine. Time for you to be straightening them shoulders. You come from good blood, and it's a damn shame any son of mine would be such a weakling. I want to see you eating. Did we get attacked today? No, we didn't. We just had a drill, and that's all there is to it. What's going to happen the day the dragon comes? Then what are you going to do? Sit in a corner throwing up while we fight for you, battling for our lives? Grandpa Anorey began shaking his head in deep agreement with his son. This was his cue, and banging his metal cup on the table, he began with his familiar story, one Jack had at one time found entertaining. Now he simply sunk lower into his chair at the table. Grandpa Anorey's faded blue eyes glowed as he began his tale. Good stock is right. Here you are, the grandson of the only man who saw that deadly dragon up close and lived to tell it. And you're looking at him right now at this here table. They didn't make me the alarmist of the village for nothing. I've got first-hand knowledge of what we're up against, and it's huge, and it's as bad as it can get. Raking his hand through his sparse gray hair, his eyes seemed to be looking inside as he continued. You should have seen 'em come here, boys. They were great dragon slayers, the best in the land. They came when I was a boy, like they'd been coming from before I was born. Those dragon slayers were a thing of beauty on their fine steeds, some black, some white, one the color of a good ale, a golden horse prancing into the village. Those dragon slayers had the best armor and the finest, sharpest swords my eyes have ever seen. To think that they never came back. Now that was the thing. It couldn't be possible, but it was exactly the case. They'd ride off for Dragon Mountain, and we know every time it would be the very end of that old devil. Instead, it was the end of them, every last one of them. Grandpa Anorey's red-rimmed eyes blinked in remembrance, even as he took another swig from his cup. I lost count of all the fine dragon slayers that devil beast took out, and hated him. You bet I hated him, and still do to this day. I was a full-grown man in my prime, the day I knew I'd be trying to take the devil out myself. Your poor grandmother, God rest her soul, bawled her eyes out the day that fine dragon slayer came to town, and I told him I was going with him to be backup. Between the two of us, I knew we could take the beast out. It was my destiny. I knew it." The old man stopped, lost in the bewilderment of what went wrong. "The beast had other things in mind. Yep, in mind, I say. It is a diabolical and deadly demon, and we didn't stand a chance. Not a chance, I tell you. We packed an arsenal with us, me and the dragon slayer. That horse of his was as high-stepping a beauty as I've ever seen, shining red in the sunlight like dragon's blood. I knew it was a good omen, but it didn't turn out that way at all. We launched every arrow we had, heavy spears too, giant steel tips on them. They didn't make a dent in that hide of that gigantic monster of a dragon, not a mark on him. It seemed an army would have had a hard time doing more than we did, and in the end the dragon slayer took his place with the rest of them, and I got this to show for it." The boys flinched as the old man raised his right shirt sleeve, revealing a mass of scar tissue on a wasted and withered arm. Pleased at their reaction, he gave a snort. "Can't say it was a bad thing. If I hadn't a shielded my face from the river of fire that beast laid on me, I'd have had no eyes left. And if I hadn't leaped back just at that moment into thin air right off the mountain, I'd not be here telling you my tale. The only person alive to have been eye to eye to that giant beast and lived to tell of it. No one better than me to run the drills, 'cause I know what we're up against. And it's a powerful and mighty devil of a dragon. I might not have a good right arm, but I've yet to see the man who can hold against me with my sword in my left hand." With that, he flexed a powerful left arm, leaving off with another swallow from his cup. "You got good blood in you, Jack, and don't forget it. It was pitch dark by the time I came to on the other side of that mountain top, stuck into a cranny between the mountainside and a huge boulder. That's what kept me safe, that boulder, and having the lights knocked out of me for so many hours the beast had to have given up looking for me and left me be. It took me days to get back home, what with the fever and pain I was in. Your grandmother, God rest her soul, was as good a doctrine as there's ever been, nursing me when they all said I was a goner for sure. She never gave up. You got good blood in you, Jack, so don't forget it." Jack, who had been weary of this story for a long time, stared into his old grandfather's blue eyes, which were so much like Jewel's eyes, and the words sunk into his head like they never had before. He sat up in his chair as straight and tall as an 8-year-old could. His green eyes looked deep into his grandfather's, for somehow he could see it all, the terror of that day so long ago and the pain the old man had suffered. As his grandfather returned to the venison stew in his bowl, Jack could imagine the struggle it was to learn to do everything left-handed, especially managing a sword. For the first time Jack felt a sad and sure respect for the alarmist, who was, after all, his very own blood. Then the thought entered his head that being he was the blood of the only person who had lived to see that dark dragon eye to eye and tell about it, that the torch was being passed to him, Jack Anorey, to take care of ridding Dragonville of the fear they lived under. "Yep," Jack muttered under his breath, "it's up to me and me alone. I'm going to do it some day, just you wait and see." With that, he took a bite of the stew in front of him, ripping off a piece of bread and sopping it in the savory juice. His appetite had returned. Chapter 3. 10-Year Wisdom. It was drill day once again. The tired villagers emerged from their dark hiding places, shaken by the intensity of the drill they had just experienced. Squinting in the bright sunlight, Mary and Anorey scanned the villagers, searching for Jack. "There you are! Where have you been, you bad boy?" As she tried to grab hold of his ear, Jack neatly sidestepped her move, staying just out of reach. "I was down the road, Mother, so I just hid in a different cellar, that's all." "This keeps happening, Jack. How many times do I have to tell you to make a beeline for our cellar when your grandfather sounds the alarm? We're going to get attacked someday, and it's the bad boys like you that are going to cause it. Do you hear me? You keep misbehaving this way, and you'll bring him sure as sunrise. That devil can sense his own kind when it comes to badness. You don't want that on your shoulders, Jack Anorey, bringing the demon here up on the village just because you kept disrespecting your mother the way you do." Jack managed a sober face as he replied, "I'm sorry, Mother. I'll do better. Really, I will." "Well, that's the same thing you said last time, all meek and proper. But the words aren't enough. It's the actions to go with the words that make the difference. You're going to bring that baby-eating dragon to this village, sure as my name's Mary Anorey. How you going to like having that on your head now? You think about it, and think hard." "Yes, ma'am," Jack managed as he dodged his mother's hard hand that was heading his way. "You are a devil yourself, you bad, bad boy. Oh, enough of this. You'll have no supper tonight, and that's the end of it. You get up the mountain now to those goats, and don't be dallying on the way." With that, Jack's frustrated mother headed toward the house, still pale from the drill and indignant at Jack's resourceful dodges. "I'll bring you something to eat, Jack, whatever I can smuggle without them seeing," Jules whispered at his side. "You're getting good at it, Jules, this smuggling food to me," replied Jack fondly, as he draped his arm around Jules' shoulder, then pulled him into a tight one-armed hug. "You're the best buddy, the very best brother a guy could ever have." "You're the same to me, Jack," smiled Jules. "But you could stop getting into so much trouble and losing so many suppers, you know." Gazing at his brother, Jules remarked, "You don't seem upset about it." "Where were you anyway, Jack? You never make it to the cellar on drill day. Why is that?" It's no big deal," shrugged Jack. "Come on, let's see who can make it to the mill pond first." Jack broke into a run, neatly dropping the subject, and the two boys raced down the street laughing, leaving behind the shrill screams of their mother calling their names. "We're both going to get it when we get back," Jules panted, as they lay on the stream's bank near the mill pond. "Get it for what? I didn't hear anything. Did you, Jules?" "Oh, come on, Jack. We both heard her, and you know it. She's going to be mad as blazes when we get home, that's for sure." "She's pretty much mad all the time, Jules. You notice that? Doesn't matter what we do, she's mad about something." "Sure, I know. So doesn't that make it a good idea to stop when we hear her calling us?" "You could have stopped if you wanted, Jules. I'm in trouble anyway. Don't get any supper already, so what do I have to lose?" "Do you think she hates us, Jack?" At this, Jack turned and seriously replied, "She doesn't hate us, Jules. She loves us in her way. She hates the dragon, though. She can't get to him, so she gets to us. I think that's how it works with everyone in this village. There's a lot of miserable people here, and it's all because of that dragon on Dragon Mountain. Come on now, let's take a swim. I've got to get to those goats up on the hillside before long. You can head home after our swim and just play innocent. She's a sucker when it comes to you, Jules, being you're the baby." "Am not. Are too. I'm 8, Jack, and that's not a baby anymore." "You're not only the baby of the family, you got her red hair and grandpa's and father's blue eyes, and that makes you the golden boy and the good one." Jules frowned into Jack's green eyes. You know, I don't look at it that way, Jack. I don't know why they all have it out for you. It doesn't have anything to do with me, really. Don't you see that, Jules? They're unhappy, they're scared, and I just happen to be the handy one for them to take it out on, every one of them. I don't think they even see what they're doing. We can both do the same thing, and I'm the one that gets in trouble. You know that. They just need someone to latch onto, and it happens to be me. Jules' eyes grew wide as he stared at Jack. You're not mad about it, Jack? It's not making you hate them for how unfair they are making me the golden one? I've done a lot of thinking about it, Jules, and a lot of crying about it, too. You notice I don't cry about it anymore, and they seem even madder? Well, my crying is over, and so, no, I don't hate them at all. If I start hating like they do, I'll be doing the same thing they are, and I don't aim to do that. I've got bigger fish to fry, and that's a fact. Bigger fish to fry? Yep, much bigger. At Jewel's puzzled expression, Jack simply responded, Nope, that's all I'm saying for now. Come on, talking about fish, it's swimming time. Hugging the bank of the stream, the two boys cautiously made their way to the mill pond and slipped down the bank into the deep pond water, gliding through the stillness of the liquid coolness. Coming up for breath, they paddled together, then dove again into the pond depths. It wasn't long before the familiar shout came from the miller on the bank. You Anorey boys! Out! How many times do I have to tell you no swimming in this here mill pond? It's strictly off limits. A large stone landed near the boys as the red-faced miller was aiming rocks in their direction, even as he screamed, It's boys like you that are going to be the cause of that beast from the mountain coming here one day soon. I feel it in my bones. If you two don't respect my mill pond, you're going to bring him here for sure. And this whole damn village is going to pay and pay dear because of you. Scrambling up the furthest pond bank, the two boys slipped away from their brief refreshment. Grabbing their clothes, they ran up the hillside and fell behind a large boulder into the soft green grass. There they laid in the sun, both panting. Finally, Jules solemnly questioned Jack, You think when the dragon comes it's going to be because of us, Jack? Nope, Jules, not at all. When he comes, no one will really know why, but it's definitely not going to be because of us. How do you know that, Jack? If it was because of us, Jules, the dragon would have come a long time ago. Chapter 4, Dragon Slayers. Well, there you are, Flossie. Jack smiled as he scratched between the little dappled goat's ears. If you're here, the others aren't far away. Sure enough, he soon had the small herd together and headed into the village, where he deposited them into their corrals at different homes before taking the 3 Anorey goats to their pen. Grandfather Anorey rounded the corner just as Jack latched the pen's gate. You get that pen cleaned up the way I told you? Yes, sir, I did, Jack responded, even as he stood back so his grandfather could survey the tidy pen. Well, good thing. It's high time you were doing as you're told. You keep skating on real thin ice and causing this village real peril. You know that, Jack. Yes, sir, Jack again responded, but his grandfather didn't miss the snort at the end of Jack's answer. No 10-year-old's going to mock me that way. No, sirree. Most especially my own grandson, the old man glared. Well, fine, Grandpa, we'll fight then. Let's go to it, Jack announced as he tossed him a long stick, which his grandfather caught soundly in his good left hand. Jack seized a narrow long stick for himself. The two of them began banging sticks back and forth, blocking each other's advances. To and fro they moved, the smacking of the sticks resounding in the evening air. Finally, Jack's stick was smashed from his hand, and old Sage Wick gave a grim smile. Pretty dang good for a 10-year-old, if I do say so myself. What were we fighting for anyway? For the fun of it, Grandpa, just for the fun of it, Jack responded with a smile. I'm learning from the best. The old man blinked. Well, now that's a fact. Supper time, shrilled Mary, and the two of them headed for the house. As they entered their home, Jack's mother motioned Sedgwick to the wash basin, at the same time turning to Jack with a grim face. Don't think I've forgotten your impertinence. Up to your room with you. You and Jules can have no dinner together. Yes, ma'am, Jack responded as he bounded up the stairs, feeling the air whiz by his ears as he neatly missed her intended smack. You devil, you, was all he heard as he found his way to the attic room at the top of the narrow stairs. It was a tiny room, built into the eaves of the small cottage, with one rickety bed for himself and Jules set against the wall. A wide window seat held most of the boy's meager belongings, the small window overlooking the street below. Not seeing his brother in the room, Jack threw himself onto the bed, knowing his mother would never climb the steep stairs to seek him out. A muffled sound brought Jack up from the bed, then to the hollow of the room's closet, where deep in the back corner he found Jules. Dry sobs were all that was left, but Jules' tear-streaked face was proof of the tears that had preceded. Why, Jules, what's wrong? Jack sighed as he sunk to the floor beside Jules. What's happened, little brother? Another dry sob escaped, but Jules didn't answer. Placing both hands on Jules' head, Jack turned his face and saw the panic in his little brother's eyes. Oh, buddy, what's happened? As if I don't know. Don't you believe it. Don't you believe a thing they tell you, because it's not true. Fresh tears came as Jules responded. She's as mad at me as she is at you, Jack. I'm no golden boy anymore. She says between the two of us, this town will be smoking cinders with not one person left alive. Not one, Jack, he wailed, more tears flowing. Oh, Jules, Jack sighed as he pulled his brother closer. There was nothing he could think of that could help the hurt he knew all too well himself. How had he overcome it at 10 years of age? With a smile, Jack pulled Jules from the closet corner. Something I want to show you, Jules. Come on now. I think you're ready to know a great secret of mine. On the slanted wall of the boys' room hung 2 wooden swords their grandfather had crafted for each of them. Seizing his sword, Jack brandished it in the air, then leapt onto the wide window seat. You see me, Jules? You're looking at Jack, the dragon slayer. You're looking at the one who will free this village from fear. No more children will be afraid when I'm done with the dragon that eats babies. They're going to have to come up with some other way to make us behave, huh, Jules? Yeah, right, Jack. You're only 10. How you ever going to slay a dragon? Jack came down from the window seat, looking Jules square in the eyes. I won't always be 10, Jules. For 2 years now I've had my secret plan, and already I can hold my own against the alarmist pretty well. You think all that playing around with Grandpa is for the fun of it? I'm dead serious. I'm killing the dragon someday. I'm doing it. It's my destiny. Jack, it was Grandpa's destiny too, and you see what happened to him? Jack grimaced, as this same thought had crossed his mind more than once. Someone has to do it, Jules. It's going to be me. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to succeed. I'm setting this cursed village free. What if he becomes before you get old enough, Jack? What if he comes tonight from how bad we've been? What about that? Well, then if he comes, he comes. But if he doesn't, and that seems more likely, you want to join with me? What do you say, Jules? The 2 of us will rid the world of that baby-eating dragon on Dragon Mountain? At that, Jules began to giggle, then fell onto the floor, overcome with laughter. Jack stood for a moment, then began to laugh himself until the two of them were on the floor together. "What's going on up there?" their mother shrieked from downstairs, which caused the boys a renewed burst of giggling, tears of laughter coursing down their cheeks. At last Jules gasped, "We're really going to do it, aren't we, Jack? We really are." "Yep, and that's the truth of it." With that, the two boys began their first dragon-slaying game together, clashing wooden swords as they imaginatively killed the dragon. Two dragon slayers together. Chapter 5. Always to Blame. Jasper Anorey was pacing at the goat pen as Jack herded their goats home for the evening. As Jack spied his father's angry face and clenched fists, he muttered, "Now what?" Bracing himself, he continued up the path, shooing the goats through the gate his father held open, then turned to face his father's glare. "What do you have to say for yourself, young man?" Jasper Anorey grimly questioned. Shaking his black hair from his eyes, Jack stared into his father's eyes, as though searching them could delve to the bottom of this question. "Say for myself? Well, here's the goats, father, home before sunset. Guess that's all I have to say, unless you're wanting to know if I'm hungry for supper, and the answer is that I surely am." "You are a rascal, Jack, and don't think I don't know it. You might keep your secrets hidden for a time, but they'll come out sooner or later. Yours came out today. I had me a good talk with the miller, and it seems you keep trespassing into his mill pond over and over, and today was one of 'em. Dag blast you, Jack, how many times have I laid down the law? You're not to leave those goats alone on that hillside. You're to stay with them all day and bring 'em down at eventide. Instead, you're leaving them there on their own to be killed or disappear, and you're off in the mill pond breaking the miller's rule, which by hell you've been doing now for a few years. You're 11 and still you don't abide by what I tell you. Not one whit. Guess there's no supper for me, right? Hungry or not." "Supper? This isn't about supper. It's about you breaking our town rules, risking the town's goat herd, and inviting the devil dragon himself to show up. How many lives do you want on your head, Jack? How are you going to live with the destruction that dragon will bring when he comes because of you and your attitude? You are endangering all these good folks who live here, Jack. What does it take to get that through your head?" "Yep, right," Jack muttered, causing his father's red face to flush to maroon. "Right? You think that's not right, young man?" "I'm not getting how anything I do or say, or any other person in this village does or says for that matter, will cause the dragon to come this way. It don't make sense. That there dragon is as evil can get. And it has a way of seeking out its own, 'cause that's the way evil works. You keep it up and it will come, sure as my name's Jasper Anorey. You think it's evil to go for a swim in the mill pond? Really evil? I'll bet you did it yourself when you were a boy," Jack shrewdly observed. "That's neither here nor there. We're not talking about me. I've done my penance, and that's a fact. We're talking about you. Not just endangering the village, but endangering the goat herd you've been entrusted with. Father, the goats and I have an understanding. I take them to a new place each day, and they eat their fill and wait for me to bring them back. I've been herding goats over 3 years now and never lost a one. You know that for yourself, so what's the problem with me leaving them sing their fine every day?" "Damnation, Jack! You argue with your own father? You've had some luck, but it won't hold forever. You're leaving them to be eaten by wolves or any other wild creature that might venture their way. You're hurting us all, and you don't give a turkey bird about it." When's the last time anyone saw a wolf in this part of the valley? Never since I was born, Jack argued. Well, they were here when I was a boy, and we had to guard our goats and guard them well. Just because they haven't been around for a while doesn't mean they won't be back someday. You do what I say, Jack. You do what I say. I'm the father here, and you best be minding my words. Now, out back with you. I've got a switch cut, and you're getting the end of it, good and proper. Yes, sir. I'll be right there. Have to check Flossie's foot first. Well, do it fast. I'll be waiting. As soon as his father disappeared, Jack slipped past the pen to the hay pile. Undoing his trousers, he stuffed handfuls of hay into his pants and down the legs, then made his way out back to take his licking, which was particularly fearsome that day, the switch slicing the air and cracking on Jack's legs and buttocks over and over. It seemed as though it would never end, but Jules' appearance and crying, "Father, that's enough," stopped the punishment. With a snort, Jasper tossed the switch onto the ground, gave Jack one last glare, "That'll learn ya," and stomped into the house. "What did you do, Jack, to cause that?" Jules questioned, trembling. "Oh, Jack, you all right?" Jack was panting on the ground, examining the cuts on his bare ankles, which were oozing blood. "Good thing you came along, buddy. It could have been worse. He had a great talk with a miller, so he knows I wasn't with the goats on the mountain again." Jack grimaced as he loosened his trousers and began shaking and pulling the straw out. "Great, Jack. That's dang smart," admired Jules as Jack removed the filling and the two of them headed for the house. "I've saved myself a lot of damage this way," Jack admitted. "Don't worry, though. I'll act like he got me good, or he might think he has to do it over." Jules brought a dipper full of water and began pouring it over the wounds on Jack's ankles. Jack flinched but held his own as Jules dabbed at the wounds with a wet rag. Their mother called from the doorway, "We've got company here for dinner. The two of you get in here now." "Sounds like I get to eat," Jack said with a grim smile. "That's good for now, Jules. We can't keep her waiting." When they entered the kitchen, they found their Aunt Liz and Cousin Myrna helping carry food to the table. Both boys greeted their guests before heading for the wash basin. Aunt Liz was their mother's younger sister, a paler version of their mother, with light strawberry hair and a gentler disposition. Her only daughter, Myrna, was Jules' age, a small girl with soft brown hair and matching eyes. Hobbling to the table, Jack gratefully ate his dinner head down, avoiding his father's stern gaze. It wasn't long until the conversation, as usual, turned to the dragon. "Myrna and I saw him today," Aunt Liz told them. "He was just a speck in the sky, but we saw him flying north from Dragon Mountain." They all nodded their heads, as this was often a daily occurrence. They would see the dragon's dark form lift off Dragon Mountain and soar into the air before heading to some unknown destination. The villagers would stop transfixed and hold their breath en masse until the dragon was a faraway speck. There was always a huge sigh of relief when once again he hadn't headed their way. Old Sedgwick entered the conversation then. "Seeing that devil dragon from a distance ain't nothing like seeing him eye to eye. I tell you, the fire in that demon's eyes is enough to burn a hole in you, not to mention the breath of the thing." The rest of the dinner was the repeating of the familiar dragon story that everyone at that table had heard more times than they could count. Jack sat back and watched the faces of his family, their expressions moving from alarm to panic to horror. His dinner finished, Jack excused himself from the table and escaped outside into the dark of night. The hay had buffered the whipping, but not totally, and the stinging of his lashing was still with him. Leaning against the side of the house, Jack took a deep breath of the cool night air and gazed upward at the glinting white stars. "I have something for you, Jack," came a soft voice. Jack turned and smiled. "Well, Myrna, what could you have for me?" Myrna placed a flat white stone into Jack's hand, announcing, "It's from Anne. When she heard Mother and me were eating dinner here, she asked me to give it to you. She found it today, before they left to go back to their home up the mountain." Fingering the smooth stone, Jack felt a glow of warmth. "When you see her again, tell her I said thank you, and that it was mighty thoughtful of her. You tell her I'll keep it with me always. How about that, Myrna?" "Sure thing, Jack. Why are you limping? You hurt yourself?" "You could say that all right, but I'll be fine in a few days. It's nothing serious." Just then the stars Jack had been gazing at disappeared, blotted from sight, as a huge shadow passed over them, moving across the sky, something huge and ominously silent. "What is it, Jack?" Myrna questioned, noting Jack's alarm and searching the sky to see its cause. "Whoa!" Jack exclaimed. "It was a dragon right over the top of us, but he's still going, moving fast. We don't seem to be his destination. Not this night, anyway." Chapter 6. A Plan is in Order. Looking downhill, Jack could see Jules making his way up to where Jack was dutifully tending the goats. "Thought I'd come up and keep you company," Jules laughed as he tossed Jack's wooden sword his way. "How about some dragon killing today?" "You got it," Jack responded with a laugh, even as he snatched the sword from midair. Soon the hillside was resounding with the boys' fervent swordplay as they moved back and forth, ever on the offensive. "You got it, Jules. You got it down great. Everything Grandpa has taught me you know as well as me." "Well, almost," Jack panted as the two of them were now lying on the hilltop. Together they both turned their eyes towards Dragon Mountain as the dark and loathsome shape of the dragon lifted off the faraway mountain peak. "How do we do that? It's like we both know before he even takes off that he's going to. Do you think they're right, and we're so bad that we have an evil connection with it?" Jules questioned. "I know what you mean, Jules. Somehow we just know when he's going to take off. But it's not because we're like him. It's because we're the ones who are going to end his life, and we know it. Maybe he knows it too. We're connected, though. I've noticed that too." Then very soberly, Jules responded, "You know the stories, Jack, and they never came back." Jack knew exactly what Jules was talking about and replied, "I know. Those dragon slayers had the best horses and armor and swords, and they never came back. I've thought about it a lot. That means we know it takes more than great horses, armor, and swords. We're going to be crafty, cautious, and very smart. We're going to come back, Jules, you and I together." "But how, Jack?" "How? Grandpa says they were the greatest dragon fighters in the land, and not one of them made it. In fact, they stopped coming for years now. They have just let him be." "Yep, maybe that's why the dragon doesn't attack our village. He's being left alone, and he doesn't want to rock the boat and get them coming after him again. There has to be a day when he loses. The dragon's not getting any younger," said Jack, thoughtfully shaking his head. "Who really knows? I do know this. I've read and studied everything I can about dragons for 4 years now. I ask all the questions I can from everyone in this village. I keep learning a little here and a little there, but it all points to one thing. Those dragon slayers, equipped as they were, still never made it to the heart of the dragon. You see, Jules, their arrows and swords did nothing against the scales on the dragon's hide. You've heard Grandpa's story. Even their heavy spears did nothing. The dragon has one weak spot, and that's on his underside. His heart spot is the only weak spot in the dragon's defense, and the dragon slayers never got there. We're going to get to the heart of the dragon, and we're going to be crafty, cautious, and very, very smart. We are coming back." Gazing into Jack's green eyes, Jules soberly responded, Well, Jack, okay then. That's what we'll do. But how do you think we are going to manage to get to a place all those heroes couldn't get to? Now, there's the question. Indeed, that is the prime question, Jules. I'm thinking about it all the time. It'll come to me. There's a way, and we will find it. Come on now, let's do one more sword practice before we head towards the mill pond for a break after all this fighting. Jules returned his brother's grin, figuring they were going for a good swim. The two of them had perfected their mill pond swims to an art over the past year, and not once had they been detected by the eagle-eyed miller. Within 2 weeks of his sound whipping, Jack had come up with hollow reeds to breathe through. Now the boys swam underwater, breathing through the reeds. Jules had felt the plan was highly suspect, but Jack's superb demonstration of his perfect plan was all it took for Jules to see its beauty. With that remembrance, Jules responded, I trust you, Jack. If anyone can figure out how to get to the heart spot of a dragon, it's you, and that's a fact. Soon the swords were smashing together again as the boys adeptly fenced back and forth, thrusting and parrying. Bravo! Came a shout as their mock fight ended. Turning, they found their father, along with their uncle Ambrose, watching them at the edge of the clearing. Ambrose was tall and muscular, the best hunter of their village. He had the same light brown hair and golden brown eyes as his daughter Myrna, a man both boys loved and looked up to. I say again, bravo! Jasper, looks to me like these boys are ready for the real thing. Wooden swords aren't fitting for young men who can work a sword like they do. I'm impressed, boys. I had no idea you were so advanced. Your dad and I came up to make sure you're here with the goats, Jack, and to get your feelings on a certain idea I've been talking to him about for a while. The brothers looked at each other with a grin of gratitude, knowing if it had been much later the two men had come to find them, they wouldn't have been there at all. Jack laughed. I'd say we're ready for real swords too, that's for sure. Good to see you, Uncle Ambrose. You wanting to know how I feel? About what? I'm thinking now that you're 12, it's time to take you out hunting with me and the other hunters, Jack. We've got a duck hunt planned 4 days from now. Your dad here says Jules can care for the goats a few days and you can come along. How you feel about that? Jack solemnly looked at his father. I can do that? Really go with them this time? Looks like you can't, Jack. You've been doing better. Time for you to start learning more helpful things. A few good ducks for our dinner would be a welcome thing. Your mother agrees. It sounds too good to be true, Uncle. You can count me in, that's for sure. Ambrose gave Jack a slap on his back, and as the two men turned to depart, he turned. See you in 4 days, Jack. I have the feeling you're going to be a great hunter. You've no idea, Uncle Jack murmured, even as he waved, until they were out of sight. Well, Jules, what do you think of that? I actually get to go, Jack exclaimed in amazement. 4 days? That'll go fast enough. Come on now, it's time for us to get going ourselves. Oh, no, Jack, Jules gasped. You can't be serious. We're going to the mill pond and maybe ruin your hunting trip? They've come and gone, and they won't be coming back. I'll be fine. I'm not doing anything to mess up this hunting trip. We'll be crafty, cautious, and very smart. Besides, it's not really the mill pond that we're actually going to. It's a little past it. Anne and Myrna are meeting us at the alcove, and I said I'd be there. Seeing the glint in his brother's eye, Jules followed him down the hillside, the two of them quietly moving through the trees. As soon as Jack mentioned Anne, Jules knew that nothing would sway Jack from going to the alcove, as he had agreed. Chapter 7. A Declaration. Jack and Jules stood in the shadow of a gigantic tree watching their father and uncle disappear in the distance. "We're clear," Jack murmured, and the two of them turned, quietly going in the direction of the mill pond and alcove. "A duck hunt!" Jack laughed. "I thought I'd never see the day they'd really let me go." "Maybe they see they can't keep you back," commented Jules as he looked at his brother. In the past year, Jack had grown half a foot, and his voice was changing. In mid-sentence, his voice would croak an octave higher, causing Jack great embarrassment. Even though Jules laughed each time, he felt left out, watching his brother change, leaving him behind. As they scrambled down the hillside, they made their way up creek to the alcove where they saw Myrna and Anne sitting on a large rock, their bare feet dangling into the cold stream water. Jack stopped and took a deep breath, surveying the scene before him. Anne's golden hair gleamed in the sunlight, falling loose past her shoulders in a tumble of waves. As she turned and saw them, Jules shook his head, as he was always, amazed at the sameness of Anne's and Jack's green eyes, both framed with thick black lashes. "Hey, girls," Jack greeted them. "Sorry if we're a little late." "It's okay. We're having a fine time," Anne stated as Myrna gave her cousins a huge grin and moved from her place on the boulder. "You can take my place, Jack. I'm going to catch some minnows. You want to help, Jules?" "Sure thing, Weasel. Why not?" "Jules, you know I hate you calling me that, and I know that's exactly why you do it. How about this? If I catch the most minnows, you'll stop it forever. Is that a deal?" "We'll see, little weasel." Jules laughed as the two of them waded downstream. Jack turned to Anne and asked, "You want to wade too, or would you rather sit right here?" "You've grown, Jack," Anne declared, as she came off the boulder and stood in front of him. "Why, you're as tall as me, and that's a fact." Jack felt his face flush as he stammered, "Yep, that seems to be the case. I haven't seen you in a long time, and you look really fine yourself." "I do? Well, thanks. This is the first I've been here in months. My folks hardly ever let me come down the mountain to town. They come in every month, and always I'm the one left behind to take care of the children. They don't like taking us with them. I'm so glad Myrna let you know I'd be here, and I'm happy to see you, Jack." Jack seriously confided, "It seemed like you'd never come back from the last you were here. I tried my best to see you then, but I was in a heap of trouble, and there was no getting out of the house that night. My dad knew you were here, and the worst he could do was keep me from seeing you, so he made a point of doing just that." Anne was biting her lip as she stared at Jack. "Oh, I'm so glad. I'm not glad you were in trouble. Just glad that was the reason you didn't come. I mean, well, I thought maybe there was someone else you were, well, seeing, or something like that." "Me? Seeing someone else? No way. You can always count on that, Annie. I won't be seeing anyone but you, unless you want it any other way. I almost went up your mountain myself a few times, thinking maybe I could see you somehow. If I didn't think I'd get you into trouble, I would have gone up your mountain so I could see you." Seeing Anne's eyes fill with tears, Jack stated in alarm, "Well, I didn't do it. I'd never cause you any trouble, don't you know?" "Oh, Jack," she responded softly, "I know that. It's just that I've been thinking all these months that you were liking another girl. And I'm just happy that wasn't it at all. To think you'd even consider climbing our mountain to see me is the sweetest thing I've ever heard. I could have saved myself a lot of grief by not imagining all the things I was thinking, and none of them were true at all." "Look, Annie," Jack said as he thrust his hand into his pocket and displayed the flat white rock Myrna had given him years ago. "I carry it with me every day, and I think of you. I'm getting you off that mountain some day. We got a few years, but our day will come. Then your folks can leave the tending of those kids to the next in line." Anne's eyes grew serious at Jack's words. "You know what you're saying, Jack? You're only 12. Our herd has grown a lot, And the village is doing well if it just wasn't for that devil on the mountain. I see him almost every day," Anne shuddered. "And I know what he did to your grandfather and every dragon slayer that's ever gone to try and end his life. Every time that dragon lifts off his mountain, I think maybe he'll head our way. My parents say all our days are numbered. I'm thankful every day that the dragon hasn't come for us yet. My worst nightmare is him taking the kids sometime when my parents are gone, and the blame will be on me who was supposed to be protecting them. You know how he loves human babies." "Yep, I know," Jack agreed soberly, all the while thinking of the day the dragon would be dead, and it would be thanks to him, Jack, the dragon slayer. Now that would be a day for rejoicing like the village had never known. Everything would be different in a good way. "If I can just make it," Jack muttered. "Make what?" Anne queried. "Oh, make it to the time I'm grown up and can do grown-up things. Getting you off that mountain being one of them." At this, Anne blushed, and Jack thought he'd never seen her look so pretty. But now it was time for her to take her leave for town and for Jack to go back up the mountainside. "Can I see the rock I gave you, Jack?" she requested. Taking it from Jack, Anne pressed the rock to her lips, then placed it back in Jack's hand, closing his hand over the smooth stone. "I'm glad you have something to remember me, Jack. It'll have to do until we see each other again." With that, she gave him a shy hug, then turned and ran from the alcove, bounding like a small deer from the clearing, disappearing amongst the trees. After bidding Myrna and Jules goodbye, Jack walked in a daze up the mountainside, turning the stone over and over in his hand, then pressing his own lips on both sides to be sure he was kissing the side her lips had touched. Chapter 8. There Could Be a Legacy in a Duck Hunt. The 4 days of waiting for the duck hunt went the slowest of any days Jack could remember. He was under constant surveillance, as though those adults in his life were itching to find the smallest reason to keep him home. He supposed they would have managed to do just that, had it not been for the vision of duck dinners they might enjoy if Jack was one of the hunters. Hunting day finally dawned, and Jack was off to his aunt's and uncle's home before the sun was up, an autumn chill in the air. He packed his bedroll, a few dry biscuits, and bow and arrows. It had been an unexpected surprise the night before the hunt, when his grandfather had presented him with 7 new arrows specially made for the duck hunt. Looking into his grandfather's old blue eyes, it occurred to Jack once more that his grandfather loved him in his own way, and the thought came to him, as it often had: "When I love, I'm going to love all the time. There's going to be no question about it." He'd properly thanked his grandfather, greatly pleased to have extra arrows in his quiver. The hunters rode out on horses, Jack riding with his Uncle Ambrose on his uncle's fine brown stallion he called the Deuce. They were heading to Duck Lake, on a mountain top in a direction opposite of Dragon Mountain. By late afternoon they had arrived and set up a campsite, when Uncle Ambrose instructed his brother George, "Get 'em out there, George. We'll finish setting up. You take off and get the stage set. Take Jack here to help." He nodded at Jack to follow and help George. "Yes, sir," Jack responded, running after George, who handed him a heavy bag, hefting another for himself. The 2 of them set off up the path to Duck Lake, with Jack panting. "Set what up, sir?" George laughed. "You'll see soon enough, son. These bags are full of decoys, and that's what we're setting up." "Decoys? And what might that be?" George laughed again, and when they arrived at the lake's edge, he emptied his bag onto the ground, exposing beautifully painted wooden ducks. "Whoa!" Jack exclaimed. "Where'd you get these?" "I made 'em myself. It's what I do on a cold winter's night, sitting by the fire. Empty yours out, too." Jack did as he was instructed, and soon the ducks, which were attached with fine line to each other, were bobbing on the surface of the lake, the line tethered to a nearby tree, so the decoys couldn't float too far away. "Now that's a sight," Jack observed. "They look like they're the real thing the way they move in the water." "That's the point, boy. They're meant to look like a real duck for a reason. They attract the real thing. Makes this lake look like a safe place to land. It works every time," George said with a satisfied grin. "Come on now, let's get back to the campsite." The thought had not escaped Jack that this first hunting trip could be a huge learning ground in how to destroy a dragon. The next few days were the most intense and joyful he had experienced. He found he loved lying in the tall reeds, waiting for ducks to land, not moving a muscle. He loved the smell of the marshy edges and the sound of the ducks coming in to rest on the lake. It was exhilarating to be with these seasoned huntsmen, dining sumptuously on roasted duck at night and listening to their stories around the fire. They were the finest days of his life so far, excepting for his last day with sweet Anne. That he held above all else, and often fingered the smooth rock in his pocket. From their vantage point they could still see the dragon far away as it left its mountaintop. Even here the hunters would wait with wary eyes, fearing that perhaps this time the beast would be heading their way. But nothing came to mar their hunt or happiness, except for each one's deep inner fears. It was on the last night of the hunt, as they sat round the fire telling dragon tales, that Jack managed to ask, "When exactly is the last time the dragon attacked Dragonville? Like how many years ago has it been?" "Well, a long time ago, a good long time," responded Uncle Ambrose. "I can't exactly say the year, but my grandfather knew all about it, and it was a fearsome and terrible day. The village was left a smoking wreckage, and it took a good amount of years to get it back into shape. Yep, that beast is capable of destroying everything we've built in a few breaths. He's a powerhouse of destruction. Every day he doesn't come gets us one day closer to the day he does. Mark my words, that day will come." Jack shook his head solemnly at these words, holding in his heart the high hope that the dragon would stay away long enough for himself, Jack the dragon slayer, to accomplish that which he was destined to do, thereby setting the people of Dragonville free of the horrendous fear that hung over everything they did. The next day the hunters returned to Dragonville. Uncle Ambrose rode Jack to his home on the Deuce, for Jack had returned with a dozen ducks for his family and had killed his fair share for the hunters' dinners at night and more to share with the villagers who had no hunters. "I'm right proud of this boy," Uncle Ambrose had declared to his brother-in-law Jasper. "He held his own and has a wicked eye when it comes to sending an arrow to the mark. You've got a great young man here and a true hunter. I'm asking you to let him go with us from now on. He's an asset, and we're going for deer soon. He's a natural when it comes to hunting, and we can use another good man." At these words, Jack stepped from boyhood to manhood. He realized he wasn't looking up that much into his father's eyes, and he knew the day would come that he'd be looking at his father on the same level, eye to eye. Soon enough, it was possible he'd be looking down. In that flash, he sensed his father knew it too. It was a magnificent moment, and he found himself reveling in it even as he lay in bed that night, with Jules softly snoring beside him. A feeling of excitement rippled through him, a knowing that from now on his life was going to be different in every way. He was done with being a boy. He would be a great hunter and learn all he needed to kill the dragon. This was as it was meant to be. It was a giant step in his path, taking him to his life's destiny, the killing of the dragon on Dragon Mountain. With this knowing came a sobering thought, as he also knew killing the dragon was not what he wanted as his final destiny. No, I want to live to tell about it. I want to be known as Jack the Dragon Slayer who lived. I want my family to grow up without the fear and threats. I want to be around to see the results of what I've done. I have a lot to learn. There is a way, and I will find it. Still, I want to come home in the end. I will be crafty, cautious, and very smart. I am coming home once the kill is accomplished. I will find a way. With those thoughts, Jack fell into a deep sleep, his snores echoing Jules'. Chapter 9. A Bright Light. Over 2 years later, Jack, who was now one of Dragonville's best hunters, climbed the hilltop, whistling for Jules, who soon appeared uphill, rushing down to greet him. "You're back. Usually you're gone longer than this. How'd the hunt go?" "Well, great. So great that we're back early," Jack laughed as the two of them began punching at each other, dancing in a circle. Soon they were on the ground, wrestling and rolling on the spongy forest floor. After a good wrestling match, they lay panting side by side, staring into the green and blue above their heads. "How you doing, little brother? You taking off time from minding these goats to go for a swim now and then?" "I'm okay, Jack. I always wish I was going with you instead. But Father's got me tending these goats now, though I'm thinking I'll get to hunt with you soon. He'll give in sometime. At least you are out there hunting and learning. I'm glad for you. You're going to figure out a way to kill the dragon, and that thought keeps me happy. You figure out anything from this newest hunt?" "Not really," Jack responded soberly, settling his large frame more comfortably. "I know there's a way. Sometimes I think I have it and then it's gone. A great idea there, and I know it. Every hunt gets me closer to a plan, and every day gets us closer to the day we go out to kill a dragon. Really, Jules, it's got to come soon. Lately, I think I've been trying too hard, and I've been letting it go, just trusting a perfect plan will come. I'm feeling good about it." "Well, if you feel good about it, you can trust it's the right thing," murmured Jules. It wasn't long before he was napping on the forest floor, and soon Jack was drifting off himself, his mind reaching back to his first duck hunt over 4 years ago, that happy and exhilarating hunt that had changed his life. There in the half-awake, twilight remembrance of himself and George setting out the decoys, the idea came like a shining flash of sheet lightning. Jack sat up straight with an exclamation that roused Jules from his nap. "What's up, Jack? You okay?" Jules questioned in a bewilderment. "Oh!" exclaimed Jack as he leapt up. "Oh! Oh, I've got it! Jules, it was my first hunt that held the key all along. I know how we're going to kill the dragon. I know how we are going to make it to the underbelly of the dragon and take it out. I know exactly how we're going to reach the heart of that demon dragon. It couldn't have been 15 minutes ago you didn't have a clue, and now you know? Just like that?" Just like that, Jules. Jack slapped his forehead and laughed again. It's magnificent, and to think it was the first duck hunt that had the answer all along. Well, are you going to tell me? Jules demanded. Nope, not yet. Jack, Jules now howled. You are telling me, and right now. Jules, who was now 13, had grown within a few inches of his brother Jack, who was nearing 6 feet tall. With a mighty lunge, he knocked Jack off his feet, and the wrestling began again in earnest. At last, Jules managed to pin Jack and demanded, You'd better tell me. I'll tell you this, Jules. It's a plan of beauty. You're going to love it. I love it. Sorry, but you can hold me down all night. Still, I can't tell you just yet. Give me some time, buddy, then you can know. With that, Jack broke free of the pin with a deep laugh. Jules, you're going to have to wait. You'll know why soon enough. Come on. Come on. The last one to the mill pond has to bring the goats home alone. Even though Jack had a head start, the two brothers arrived at the pond at the same moment. Leaving their clothes behind the reeds, the two of them slipped into the cool liquid, surging underwater with powerful strokes, both bursting at the same time to the pond's surface. Hiding from the miller, swimming with hollow reeds was now a thing of the past. Is that there, you Anorey boys? Came the yell of the miller. I see that red and black hair. Don't think I can't see who you are. Laughing, both of them submerged on cue and glided through the pond depths, avoiding the rocks that slipped through the water as the miller tried to find their whereabouts. When they were done swimming, they exited the pond near the reeds, snatched their clothes, and dressed on the forest's edge. Time to round up the goats, Jules noticed as evening was fast approaching. Well, we tied making it to the pond's edge, so I guess it'll be the two of us bringing them home tonight, Jack chuckled. Let's get our goats home and have some dinner. Dinner sounds great, but come on, Jack, what about the idea? It hasn't left my mind, Jules. I've already figured out a way to do it, and it's going to work like a charm. I have to have something very special made, Jules. It could take a while. I'm not saying a word until I have it in my hand. It's not something that can be made overnight. As soon as I have it, you will be the first and only one to know the idea. You know that. We're in this together. The idea will never work without the two of us. You wait, you'll see. You're not going to tell Anne first. You and her get thicker all the time like cold honey. Jack gave a joyous laugh. We really do. And I tell her everything but this. I've never told her about us, Jules, and what we're going to do. She tends to worry, and she has enough with all she puts up with that family of hers. Someday I will tell her, maybe someday soon. I'll know when the time is right. One thing is certain, we are going to kill the dragon, and she has every right to know our plan. By now they were gathering the goats, the herd having grown since Jack's days of herding them. Every goat was accounted for, and they went down the hillside, letting goats off at their owners' homes until they arrived at their own place with their father's 11 goats. Jack hardly heard a word of the dinner conversation. His mind was so elated with the idea that had materialized that afternoon. The following morning, right after breakfast, Jack headed to his Aunt Liz's house, for she was as fine of a weaver as there was in the village, and this visit to her was a crucial part of the idea. Chapter 10: The Great Plan Revealed. It was almost 6 weeks later that Jack and Jules and Anorey climbed a hilltop together, Jules leading the way in excitement. You've put it up here "Already, haven't you, Jack?" Jules exclaimed, looking around the hilltop to see what he could find that would give him some indication of Jack's great plan. "I'm thinking it's some kind of armor. Some kind of really special armor. Right, Jack?" "Jules, you've been guessing for weeks. Armor being your number one guess. And I keep telling you I'm not saying a word. But I'll tell you now, it's not armor. Over the years, I've come to realize armor is probably part of what killed those great dragon slayers. Can you imagine being encased in armor, then being hit by fire? That would roast a person alive. Grandpa's lucky he didn't have armor the day he was hit, or he wouldn't be here to tell about it. I'm betting on that. No, Jules, it's not armor of any kind." "Well, I'm not seeing anything here." "There's nothing, Jack. Come on, Jack, what's this great plan you've cooked up?" Jack sank onto the soft grass on the hillside and indicated for Jules to sit likewise. The two of them leaned against a large boulder, looking over the valley, and both their gazes went to faraway Dragon Mountain just as the gigantic frame of the dragon soared into the air, wheeling their direction, then turning to head northward. "Whoa! The devil avoids us again. How lucky are we, Jules? As bad as we've been, we still haven't brought him here to destroy this village. And now we have a great plan to end him once and for all. A few more years, buddy, and we're going to do it. This better be as great a plan as you think it is. You've seen Grandfather's arm. You know what the devil beast is capable of. Remember the first time I went to Duck Lake and the decoys we used to attract ducks, Jules? You've seen them. I took you to George's and showed them to you. He's an artist when it comes to making decoys. Well, it passed me by how important the decoy part is in our plan until the day the plan came to me. Those decoys are diabolically clever, and that's how we're going to get to the heart of the dragon, Jules. We're going to use a decoy." Then Jack took a deep breath and proceeded, "You are going to be the decoy, Jules." "What? You're going to dress me up like a baby dragon?" gasped Jules. "Oh, come on, Jack. This is your plan? A great decoy plan? What do you have to show me? Some dragon costume I'm supposed to wear?" Jack laughed as he explained, "You're not going to be a decoy in that way, Jules. You are going to stay as yourself and be the dragon's dinner. A decoy to attract his attention while I come up underneath the dragon and end its life then and there. How are you going to manage that, Jack? We're not dealing with a blind dragon." "You're right about that. So this is what I had made," Jack continued. "Aunt Liz wove this cloak for me. She doesn't know what it's for, and she doesn't know I call it my invisibility cloak. What do you think?" Jack drew out a long, soft cloak from under his jacket and threw it over his shoulders. It wasn't much to look at, just a plain brownish grayish cloak that seemed quite dull. It certainly did not make Jack invisible. "I see you, Jack. I see you just fine. You're not invisible, not one bit," yelled Jules, heartsick that this ridiculous cloak was part of Jack's great decoy plan. "Calm down. Your face is matching your hair. Wait until you see how it works, Jules. Shut your eyes and count to 50. Then come to find me." Dubiously, Jules shut his eyes and began to count very fast. When he opened his eyes, Jack was not to be seen. He looked over the hillside and peered behind nearby trees, but there was still no Jack. His eyes hadn't been closed long enough for Jack to go far. Could the cloak have some magic in it, after all, he wondered? Then what appeared to be a nearby rock moved, and Jack jumped from under the cloak, which had worked to make him invisible. The muted material of the cape blended perfectly into the landscape. You didn't know where I was, did you, Jules? See? It will work. You'll be the decoy, the dragon's dinner, and I will be the invisible dragon slayer. The dragon will come for you, never knowing I'm in his path. As he comes for you, I'll be waiting until I'm under the dragon's heart. One plunge of my sword to the heart of the dragon, that's all it will take. One deep plunge and the dragon will be slain. We're going to do it, and it will work. Jules stared at Jack and the cloak, internalizing the great decoy plan. It's brilliant, Jack, he finally declared. It is crafty and smart, but how cautious can you be under the gigantic frame of a dragon? That I'm not too sure about. I've thought of that. I'm going to have to make the kill and move out fast. It's going to take footwork, but I can do it. We're going to practice until we have it perfect, beginning today. The brothers unsheathed the swords they'd brought to the hilltop and began in earnest. The great decoy plan, going over each detail. Jules stood on top of a boulder watching Jack hide under the cloak, marveling how Jack disappeared under the camouflage of the cape. Near evening, they engaged in a fierce sword duel, utilizing every bit of prowess they both possessed. Sheathing their swords, they turned for home, two dragon slayers walking side by side. Their goal was in sight. They believed their great decoy plan was in every way crafty, cautious, and a very smart way to reach the heart of the deadly dragon. Both their hearts burned in anticipation of the day their goal would be accomplished and the dread dragon would be no more. Chapter 11. Let's put this plan into action. Grandfather Anorey's shrill whistle shriek sounded to end the drill for another drill day. Jules and Jack both rolled their eyes at each other, placing the rocks they had loaded onto the catapult back into their pile. This is ridiculous, Jules observed, watching as pale people began to emerge from dark cellars. Children were crying and mothers were shushing them, most with cold impatience. Do we have to listen to you being a baby every week? Stop that crying or there'll be no supper for you. That wailing is going to bring the dragon here. I can feel it in my bones. Enough. This really is a damned village as long as it's under the shadow of that deadly beast, Jules declared, echoing Jack's words of so long ago. We're going to make a difference, Jules. We're going to change this place for the better. What we're doing is the best thing anyone can ever do for this village. It's over 2 years since we formulated our great decoy plan. Some days I think we ought to just take off and go for it. Then why don't we, Jack? We're ready, encouraged Jules. No, we're not, murmured Jack, fondly ruffling his brother's auburn hair. Turning to heft another rock to the pile, he quietly said, I'm ready, little brother, but you're not yet, and I can't go without you. It's going to take the two of us, and I'm not taking you as a kid. What'd you say, Jack? Jules demanded. Just talking to myself, nothing more than that. Let's get out of here. These drill days are just as bad up top as they are down in the cellar. I never saw you in a cellar once in the past years, Jack, no matter how much trouble you got into over it. Yep, that's the case. I stayed up here and watched all the commotion up top. Never got caught at it either. I'm telling you now, if we have to depend on these villagers defending us and killing that dragon, we can kiss ourselves goodbye right now. They try, but they don't stand a chance. I think they all know it, too. It adds a little more misery to the mix, I guess. So what do you think, Jack? "How much longer before we go up that mountain?" asked Jules, gazing in the direction of the ominous mountain in the distance. "I'm thinking a good year, Jules," Jack replied softly. "That long, Jack? Come on. You're going to keep waiting that long before you get Anne off that mountain and make her your missus? I know you'd do it today if it weren't for the dragon. Looks that way, Jules. She'll wait." "It just doesn't make sense, Jack. Let's get it done and you can get on with your life. Why are we waiting around? We have our plan laid perfect and you know it. Let's go for it. Let's just ride out today and get it done and over with. If we don't, we could be the sorriest two in this village. You know what they say. Every day brings us one day closer to the day the dragon will attack us." With the vision of his sweet Anne, Jack almost gave in, then shook his head sharply. "Nope, not yet. I'll know when the time's right, and it's not right yet. Trust me on this, Jules. We'll go when the going's good. Our day will come." Jack bounded over the railing with Jules right behind. "Look who's coming our way, Jules," he announced with a grin, moving so his brother could see their cousin Myrna and her friend May heading in their direction. "Your face is matching your hair again, little brother," Jack laughed. Looking at the approaching girls, he commented, "May's face is a-matching your hair, too. The two of you are as obvious as the sun rising in the east." "Well, so what if we are?" retorted Jules, wiping his grimy hands on his pants, then smoothing his hair. Jack had must. May was taller than their cousin Myrna, with dark brown hair the color of wet coffee grounds and brown eyes that sometimes gleamed golden. The long plait of shining hair hung down her back, almost reaching her waist, and her smile was only for Jules as she greeted him with a bright "Hi." "Hey," Jules stammered back. "I didn't know you were coming down the hill." "We got here just before the drill," she responded, looking at Jules as though she was waiting for him to say more. "Oh," was all Jules managed. "Really nice," Myrna interjected. "You haven't seen May for weeks, and all you have to say is you didn't know she was coming down the hill?" Well, that's not all I have to say. It just seemed the natural thing to say at first. Well, you can see that, Jack, right?" he pled, turning to his brother. "I don't think if you hadn't seen me for that many weeks you'd only say you didn't know I was coming back," laughed Jack. "Well, I have more to say. I just didn't get to saying it yet. Like I was going to say that it's real nice to see you, May, and I'm glad to see you came down the hill." Now May was grinning as she responded, "Well, it's mighty nice to see you again, too, Jules. We're going to be here 2 days this time." Just then a shout from Jasper ended their conversation. "What in blazes you think you're doing, Jules? The goats are on that mountainside waiting for you to tend over them. Get going now. Drill's over and you've got a job to do, young man." Blushing a deeper scarlet at his father's lambast in front of May, Jules turned to take his leave. Jack pulled him back, asking, "Where you put the goats this morning, Jules?" "Up in the little meadow by the ravine. Myrna knows the way. Maybe you girls would like to visit later. You could take a picnic," Jack suggested. Both girls exclaimed in unison, "We'd love that." And with a grateful smile at Jack, Jules headed for the hills, even as his father's voice bellowed, "You're going to be the death of this village yet, Jules Anorey. Don't think you're not." At that, Jules stopped and laughed out loud. Knowing his father couldn't possibly hear, he still stated proudly, "You're looking at the life of this village, Father, and you don't even know it." Chapter 12. Life Throws a Curveball. "Well, you girls going?" Jack asked as he turned to see the two of them still standing there. The expressions on their face had changed with Jules' departure, as though they were crossed with a dark cloud. "What?" Jack questioned. Myrna spoke. "May has something to tell you, Jack. I told her I think you ought to know." May, looking up at Jack, wrung her hands nervously, then said, "It may be nothing, and I don't want to be one to cause trouble. My dad would tan me terrible if he knew I told you this, but still I keep thinking you need to know." "You needn't worry, May. There won't be anyone knowing you told me, so speak freely." Even as Jack spoke, he guided the girls around the far edge of a large tree, placing the three of them behind its ample shadow. "Now, what is it, May?" he asked gently. "It may be nothing, Jack, but it seems to me something peculiar is going on with the Edgers. I was up to their home over 3 weeks ago. Your Anne seemed in a bad way. It was like she was going to tell me something real important, and her father grabbed her by her hair before she could say a word and locked her in the cellar. It was awful, like he was going to rip her hair clean off her head. Once I left, I tried creeping back to the cellar so I could whisper to her and see what was going on, but her father stayed right there like he was guarding her for dear life. It just wasn't right, and I've been feeling it in the pit of my stomach ever since." "You did well to trust your feelings, May," Jack assured her grimly. "Don't say a word to anyone else. You did the right thing telling me. Anne will be grateful to you. When the two of you make it up to the little meadow, tell Jules I've gone up the mountain to the Edgers, and tell him what you told me." Seeing the alarm on the girl's face, Jack assured them, "No one is going to know you said a word. I'll come up with a story, don't you worry. Now get going." Jack set off in a lope, heading to his uncle's home, a deep feeling of unease lengthening his strides. "What's wrong, Jack?" his uncle questioned in concern when he saw Jack's intense expression. "I don't know, Uncle, but I've got a bad feeling, and I'm here to borrow the deuce, as I'm going up the mountain to the Edgers, and there's no time to be hiking it today, not the way I'm feeling." "You've never asked me for anything, not once, nephew. I'll ask you no questions. You've got my trust and my horse to boot. I can see this is no time for talking. Take him and go." With a surge of gratitude, Jules thanked his uncle, who quickly saddled the horse. Then Jack took off, riding the back way to his own home. With deep relief, he found no one was there, no scene to deal with or questions to answer. Hastily, he gathered his sword, a bedroll, and a few provisions. It was a matter of minutes before he and the deuce were on their way through the forest, heading to Anne's home. As smoothly as Jack's departure had gone, he still felt a deep foreboding that somehow it wasn't fast enough. It was afternoon when Jack arrived at the cottage of the Edgers, an untidy place much too small for the brood that lived there. As Jack rode up in front of their house, Thomas Edger came from the barn with a snarl at the sight of Jack. "What you think you're doing on my property, Anorey? How many times have I told you to stay away from my girl Anne?" Then his expression changed to one of evil glee, and Jack felt his world turn upside down when he heard the words, "You're too late anyway. Your courting days are over, boy, as Anne's a married woman now and gone with her new husband. My Anne's not waiting around for any Anorey boy." By now, Anne's mother was out the door, hovering near her husband, shrieking, "You children stay inside, you hear? You all stay right inside. You get going off our property, Jack Anorey. What Thomas here is telling you is the truth. Anne's gone, and she's married right proper to the marrying man, old Simon. There's no use you hanging around here any longer." Then her eyes narrowed. That is, unless you'd like to set your sights on Drusy. She's next in line, and always was older than you and not a proper match. We couldn't keep her waiting around to the day you came asking for her hand. Drusy would be quite a nice match for you, that's for sure. What you think about that? She questioned, seeming to relax a little, as Jack was still sitting atop his horse and didn't appear bent on doing any violence, in spite of the sword at his side. Jack's head was reeling even as he assessed the situation. If he wanted to attract the bees, he'd have to present the sweetest flowers, so even as his heart hammered, he pleasantly responded, "Well, this is a surprise. I'd no idea Anne was interested in old Simon. She sure led me on a merry chase," even managing a wry laugh. This set the two of them more at ease, both giving a giant sigh, as though they'd been holding their breaths. Thomas Edger gave a chuckle. "No hard feelings, Jack, but you're going to find Drusy as good of wife material as there ever was, being she's younger and more suited to your age. I was thinking you knew old Simon's had Anne in his sights for a few years now, and he finally offered us such a deal we knew it was time to let her go away. Almost 19 is way over marrying age, and she's all of that. Old Simon couldn't wait another day, and he paid real dear for her, too," he announced with a greedy and satisfied grin. "Well, I wish them every happiness," Jack replied nonchalantly, willing himself to relax his grip on the reins and move smoothly off the deuce. "How about a drink of water before I take my leave?" "Why, sure thing," the two Edgers replied in chorus, remembering their manners. Soon Jack was seated at the kitchen table, finding the inside of the home in a state of tidiness which belied the outside. He knew this was the mark of Anne and her sisters doing their best to keep the place in order. The younger children had slunk into the corners, huddling together with solemn, curious eyes watching the conversation at the table. Thomas Edger ordered Drusy to bring drinks and bread for the table, showing off his second oldest girl in hopes Jack would consider his wife's suggestion. As Drusy nervously placed a mug of ale before Jack, she looked deep into his eyes, and he knew she had much to tell. Her hazel eyes were troubled and her lips were trembling. Drusy had more than once been a messenger between Jack and her sister Anne. She was a quiet girl with golden brown hair that turned to honey in the summer sun, pretty and sweet. But how the Edgers could think Jack would consider another was beyond him. Everyone knew Anne and Jack were meant for each other. For a moment Jack had the black urge to fling the table to the other side of the room and pulverize Thomas Edger. "Nothing good can come of something bad," Jack reminded himself, remembering the words Anne had told him many times. The thought of her brought a pain to his throat that burned so badly he couldn't swallow the ale in his cup. How he managed to sit there the good long time he did was a mystery to him, but he managed, listening carefully, learning all he could, his brain scrambling, trying to find a solution to this disastrous turn of events. "I best be going if I'm going to make my way back down the mountain. The days are long now, but not long enough for me to make it back before dark." "Glad to hear you're not thinking of going after her, as she's married proper, and there's no way you can take up with a married woman," Thomas snorted. "Yes, sir," was Jack's only response before he walked out into the sunshine, still feeling himself in a daze. Excusing himself to go to the wash house, he found Drusy at the side of the barn, pale as faded linen. "Jack, old Simon took Anne to Downville and was going to stay there a while for some marrying ceremonies. They could still be there. She fought it all the way, Jack, It's the meanest thing they ever done." With tears in her eyes, she slipped away. Taking his leave, Jack rode the route expected, and once out of sight turned himself for Downville. Riding was slow as night dropped out of the sky, but he kept going until well after midnight, arriving at the outskirts of the small village of Downville. Finding a clearing with good grass, he cared for the deuce, then rolled into the blanket he had brought, swaddled on the forest floor. No sleep found him before the light fingers of dawn found their way through the inky night, dispelling the shadows. At last he slept, long enough to find the village awake when he walked himself into town, leaving the deuce to rest and graze in the clearing. Chapter 13. Dragon and Death. Jack entered a small inn, warm inside, with a good breakfast being served by a heavy-set, cantankerous woman with mousy brown hair and shrewd, tiny eyes. He found himself a seat at a small table near the fire, grateful for the warmth from the chill morning air. Sizing up the conversation, he was able to fall right into it, inquiring for the marrying man without raising any suspicions. The woman was happy to speak her piece as she filled his cup with hot beverage. "They took their leave yesterday. Old Simon got a summons from Stonybrook to do some marrying there. A high-paying job, too. He and his new little wife went with a team of miners, going right over the top of Baldy through the pass. Get them to Stonybrook a week earlier that way." Pretending surprise, Jack questioned, "New wife? I didn't know Simon the marrying man was married." "He's been holding out for an Edger girl from the other side of the mountain, and he paid real dear for her, too. I can't say he got his money's worth, as a more unhappy and sullen girl I've never seen. He has to keep a guard on her every minute, like she's going to bolt the first chance she gets. She has no appreciation for how lucky she is to be hitched up with the likes of old Simon. He's got money, and he's always well taken care of wherever he goes. She's out of that passel of a family of hers, and you'd think she'd be one happy girl for such a fine change in her life." To hear of Anne being there so close wrenched at Jack's heart, and he felt that burning in his throat again. "What exactly am I going to do when I find her? I don't know, but I've got to follow. There's no question of that." Paying the woman, Jack slipped from the village and was soon on the deuce, heading toward Baldy Mountain. He was on the hunt of his lifetime, and often found himself shaking his head at the sudden change in his life, all from one day to the next. He rode until the deuce tired, then walked until he tired, going the rest of the day deep into the night. At last, when the route seemed too treacherous to continue, Jack slept. Immediately awake at the first dull glow of dawn, taking off on the trail again, he ate as he rode, drinking from streams that tumbled down the steep mountain, finding it easy to follow the trail the miners' team had taken. By afternoon, the trail he followed was so fresh he would be up on them within the hour. How he would manage once he overtook them, or what he would do, was still unclear, but he knew he must go on, trusting he would know what to do at the moment it was truly needed. How he would succeed in taking a married woman from her husband and live to tell about it might be more of a challenge than killing a dragon. Now there was a thought. As evening approached, Jack overtook the group he was seeking. Leaving the deuce, he carefully crept to a vantage point overlooking their site. He observed the miners who had set up camp, their horses staked, with a fire burning, the smell of roasting meat making his mouth water. Then, Away from the miners near the mountain's edge, Jack espied Simon, who was hobbling a cinnamon-colored horse, cursing in an audible voice. A palomino was tied to a tree nearby. Then, there at the forest's edge appeared a gleam of golden hair, his Anne emerging with an armload of wood. Her steps were stiff and halting as she shuffled to the campsite and dumped the wood. As she headed back into the forest, Simon's hand fell to a long rope hanging from his belt and gave it a cruel jerk which caused Anne to tumble to the ground, her outcry pitifully audible. "She's hobbled like a horse." "Oh, Anne!" "Calm down. I've got to be cautious and smart. Somehow I'm bringing her back with me." Now Simon stalked to where she lay on the ground, jerking Anne to her feet with a contemptuous "Bah!" Even as Jack contemplated how he might cut the rope in the dead of night and spirit Anne away, a loud cry of consternation erupted from the group below. The miners were pointing skyward, and Jack cried out himself as the dark form of the deadly dragon was soaring directly toward the group on the mountainside. The horses began neighing in terror as they too sensed the monster in the sky. The men were shouting and bedlam had erupted. Simon's hobbled horse began bucking in the hobbles, while Simon rushed to control the animal, dropping the rope that tethered Anne. The dragon was on a deadly glide, majestically swooping overhead, there being no mistake that the myth was a reality, a gigantic creature of death bearing down on the group below. Jack raced from his vantage point, bounding to the encampment below. As he ran, he glanced upward to see the gigantic frame of the dragon as it almost grazed the top of the mountainside, the horses and miners in a panic. Even as he ran, it seemed he had telescopic vision, for there on the underside of the beast was that heart spot, truly there, seen in a minute flash. It existed, Jack noted even as he raced towards Anne's campsite. Simon was wrestling with his fear-stricken horse, the animal having broken its hobbles. As Simon tried to contain the animal, it gave a giant heave of terror, lunging away from its owner. Simon cursed in a fury, trying to grapple the animal. It was at that moment Simon and the horse plunged over the side of the mountain, wild screams of the man and animal mingling as they plummeted down the treacherous slope. As man and horse slipped off the mountainside, the rope attached to Anne was caught, and she was dragged to the edge. As Anne staggered to her feet on the mountain's brink, the hobbles caught her off balance, and even as Jack leapt toward her, she too pitched over the mountainside, disappearing with a piercing scream. Jack gave a mighty shout as he threw himself to the mountain's edge, trying to capture the rope that whipped over the edge after his Anne. His anguish was cut short as he peered over the ledge, finding his dear Anne had caught hold of a tree growing from an outcropping 6 feet before the rim where Jack lay. "Jack! Oh, Jack!" Anne gasped at the sight of him above her. "Hold on, Anne. Hold on," Jack croaked. "I'll have you up in a minute. Hold on now." "Stop," she gasped. "Oh, Jack, no, you can't." Her cry turned into a deep moan. At the sound of her anguish, Jack's blood ran cold and froze. "Annie, what are you trying to say? Hold on now. Hold on. I'm here for you." New tears were streaming down her face as she clung to the tree in the crevice, choking out the words. "It was my only wish to see you one more time, Jack, and I thank all the goodness for the granting of it." There was another groan of such sorrow Jack felt his heart would explode at the hearing of it. Then, with a mighty sob, she cried, "I'm sorry, Jack, so sorry." With that sobbing utterance, she released her hold of the tree, giving herself to death down the steep slope of Baldy Mountain. Chapter 14. Why? No! The scream Jack heard seemed to come from some unknown origin, echoing through his head, though somehow he knew it came from him. Tears were streaming from his eyes as he shouted again, "No! No!" Never had he experienced such deep and profound anguish, feeling as though his heart was going to rip through his rib cage with the agony of it. Then it entered his sensibility that he could somehow still hear Anne's sobs. Pushing himself almost over the edge and straining to see in the twilight, there was a movement below. Now he could see the movement was the swaying of her body far below, for the end of the rope she was tethered to had tangled in the tree. How long it would hold was of immediate concern. Instantly Jack clawed his way down the mountainside to the tree, which felt precarious and unsteady at best. By now voices above were shouting down to Jack, even as a rope slithered down to the tree where Jack was balanced. "I need another rope if you've got it," Jack yelled. Anne's sobs had stopped, though he could still see her body swinging far below. Carefully Jack began hauling on the rope that held Anne, feeling the tree shift, its roots loosening their hold. With that, Jack changed his tactic, swiftly knotting the miner's rope to the rope which held Anne. "Here comes another rope," came a shout from above. As the rope snaked down to Jack, the tree ripped from the crevice, and Jack found himself dangling on the cliffside, holding to the new rope, the tree still tangled in the rope, and Anne further below. "Haul us up!" Jack screamed. "How good of a knot did I manage? Oh, please let the knot hold. Annie, you've got to come back to me." 6 feet later, Jack scrambled to the top, adding his strength to help the miners. They continued to drag the rope up, hauling the tree to the top, then more rope, until at last Anne's body appeared in the dim light as they pulled her over the edge onto solid ground. "Anne! Anne!" Jack groaned, smoothing the hair from her face, searching for a sign of life. A large miner silently sliced the rope from around her waist, then knelt beside Jack, reaching for her limp hand, feeling her slender wrist. "She's still with us," he declared. "Let's get her away from this damned cliff." Tenderly, the huge miner lifted Anne and carried her to their campsite, laying her on an open blanket in the soft grass. In a daze, Jack followed, his hand on his sword and his eyes searching the skies. "The dragon!" Jack croaked frantically. "Did you kill it?" At this, the man exclaimed, "Yeah, right, we killed the dragon, the lot of us. See its body there in the trees?" As Jack's eyes began searching the area they had indicated, the group of them laughed. "No, boy, there was no killing of a dragon tonight. The devil made a pass at us and went on his way. He must have thought the odds were on our side and he didn't want the challenge after all." "He's really gone?" Jack murmured in amazement. "I thought it was the end of all of us for sure." "You and everybody else, boy. Never seen that dragon this close in all my days, and I've mined for more years than you are old. We lost one person and his horse, all to mighty bad luck. Left this here young girl a widow, and not married even a month." Then the large miner looked pointedly into Jack's eyes and observed, "This wasn't a happy bride." I'm thinking she's not going to be mourning the husband who put these on her," as he indicated the wooden hobbles on her ankles. Jack sunk to the blanket beside Anne, who was moaning now as the huge miner was gently removing the hobbles. "She's got some terrible bruises here, and her ankles are badly swollen. There could be some breakage, I'm not sure. Lem, bring me some water." The miner ripped a rag into strips, dipped them in cold water, and wrapped them around Anne's ankles while Jack dabbed at the cuts and scratches on her face and arms. By now her familiar green eyes were open, fringed with thick black lashes, wet with tears that were flowing, though she didn't speak a word. "Where'd you come from?" the large miner inquired. "If you hadn't come out of the blue like you did, the both of them would have been dead gone. You saved her like you were sent from above, kind of a miracle in my way of thinking." "A miracle? You could call it that." "Guess that's exactly what I'd call it myself," replied Jack in a deep daze. Nevertheless, the recollection of the deuce caused Jack to painfully pull himself up from the blanket. "You'll watch her, right?" he asked as he gazed tenderly at Anne. "Sure I will. She'll be right here once you get back." Jack limped into the night up to the vantage point where he'd left the deuce. "You're one tired guy, aren't you, Deuce?" Jack whispered as he stroked the horse and led him back to the campsite. Choosing a soft grassy area, he settled the deuce, then returned to where Anne lay. "Annie," he murmured as he stroked her hair. She turned her head, looking away from Jack, and the miner commented, "She's about done in, and she don't have anything to say right now. Leave her be, boy. Let her rest." The miner turned to Lem and instructed, "Go get the bed things of old Simon and use them for sleeping. The girl can use yours for the night." "Sure thing," Lem responded. Soon the miners were back to cooking their dinner over their fire, going over the events of that remarkable evening, marveling at the boldness of the dragon, fearing what it meant that he would come so close, something he'd never done before. The giant miner returned with a dish of stew, to which Jack shook his head. The miner squatted beside Jack, pushing the bowl into Jack's hands. "You might not feel like eating, but do it anyway. She's not well, and she'll be needing someone well to watch over her. Name's Caleb, by the way," he said as he gently shook Jack's hand, then strode away. Jack followed his advice, slowly eating each bite of food, even as his mind went over and over the unbelievable chain of events he had just experienced. Always the thought process ended with, "Why, Anne? Why?" The horrible and desperate choice of this day made no sense at all. Chapter 15. Time to Talk. The miners were settling for the night when Caleb returned with Jack's bedroll, instructing, "Get yourself rolled into this, boy. It's going to be a cold night up here on this mountain. We're not going anywhere tomorrow. Going to let the two of you rest, and we'll see to getting Simon's body from down below. That's a day's operation right there. Now the two of you rest." Jack stiffly rolled himself into his blanket beside Anne, who had still not spoken. It had entered Jack's mind that night how little he'd seen of Anne in the years he'd known her. He'd hiked her mountain less than a half dozen times just for the sight of her, and that had been within the past 2 years. They had an understanding, one he thought they had agreed upon. Now he wasn't so sure. He remembered their first shy kiss and the immense joy of it. He'd almost ran the whole way down that mountain, laughing out loud for days after. What had happened between her, a married woman, and old Simon Maybe that was the thing that was causing those tears. Gently, Jack rolled over, and it was as natural as breathing to snuggle himself close to her, wrapping his arm over her still body and finding her hand, which answered to his clasp and held onto him throughout the night. "You two going to sleep all morning?" a voice inquired overhead. Jack's eyes opened, surprised to see the lateness of the morning and Caleb with 2 cups of steaming tea. "We're about to go down the mountain to retrieve Simon. How's our girl doing?" Setting the cups down, Caleb helped Anne to sit, examining her ankles. "Let's try a few steps. Come on now, hold to me and I'll walk you a bit." With the help of the large miner, Anne haltingly made her way to the edge of the forest, even as he declared, "Well, nothing's broken, but you're going to be a few weeks in the mending from the beating you took going down that mountainside. I'm going to leave you here and let you have some privacy. I think you can manage." Jack had limped along beside the 2 of them and now returned with Caleb from the grove where they had left Anne. "Both of you have some mending to do," Caleb observed. "By all rights, it should have been much worse, what the 2 of you went through. I'm thinking you'll be just fine with some time on your side." Jack shook his head in agreement, stretching his muscles, which were crying out in pain. "Another miracle," he observed with a rueful smile, "and that's a fact." Seeing that Anne was emerging from the grove, Caleb moved to help her sit on the bedroll, then placed a cup of the hot tea in her hands, nodding for Jack to do the same. "There's food in the pot by the fire we left for the 2 of you. You can eat from it for the day. Plenty of water from the stream. We'll be heading off now to get your husband's body, ma'am. I'm mighty sorry." Anne visibly paled and flinched at these words, then gave a great sigh, setting the cup down on the ground. Caleb gently placed it back in her hands, instructing, "Drink it down, miss. You're going to be okay. Come time, you'll be as good as new." Anne dazedly shook her head at these words, indicating he was wrong. But she didn't speak. She took a sip of the tea, her haunted gaze avoiding both the men's faces. As soon as the miners took their leave, Anne lay back down onto the blanket and was soon gone in sleep. Jack cared for the deuce and ate a little food, keeping a sharp eye on Anne as she slept. Still bewildered, she had purposely cast herself down the mountainside. Until he could get to the bottom of what would cause her to do something so final, he kept a wary eye on her, knowing whatever it was had not been resolved by any means. In the early afternoon, Jack managed to get her eat a few bites of food and drink another cup of tea, helping her to walk around a bit before once again she slept. Trying to engage her in conversation was useless. She would not speak and always looked away from his gaze, as though she had determined there was nothing that could be said to change or help what she had done. As Jack watched her moan in her sleep, he determined it was time to communicate. Waking her, he informed her he was taking her to the stream, even as he lifted her from the blanket and began limping towards the water. Finding his body unable to manage the heroic try, he placed her on the ground, and the 2 of them hobbled together along the stream bed until they came to a large smooth rock where Jack helped Anne sit. "Here, put your feet in the cold water. I think it'll help your ankles," he instructed her kindly. "We got to talk this out, Annie. I have to understand why you did what you did. The miners don't know you threw yourself to your death, but I know, and it's killing me. Why, Anne? Why?" She gave a little whimper as she looked up into Jack's crazed eyes. As she tried to look away, he took her face in his hands, turning it to him. "No, you don't. You'll not look away from me, Anne Edger. I have to know. and you have to know there's no one but me that you can tell it. Haven't I been your friend for life? What would change that, Anne? You've got to talk to me." There were no more tears as she bitterly answered, "Things change, Jack, and it changed between you and me. It'll never be the same, and that's a fact." "Changed? We were going to get married, Anne. We never said it out loud, but we both knew it, so what's changed so much? You got married against your will, and now you're not married anymore. That's a fact. We can get past this." "Oh, Jack, it's not that easy. I know I did wrong letting myself go over the cliff like I did, but I'd already made up my mind to end it all before the dragon came our way. I've never felt so sad and desperate in my life, and it felt like the right thing then. I can see it was an error. I have a second chance, and I am sorry. I won't be trying it again. You needn't worry that I might, because I won't," she assured him gravely. "We can get through this, Anne. Simon's gone. You're free to marry again, and with time you can get past the memories of what happened to you. Not just from Simon, but from your own parents who forced you into it. You and I together, we can leave it behind." "You and I are done, Jack Anorey," she responded flatly. "We're not getting married, not ever. I want you to take me back to my folks and leave me. I only want to be left alone." Chapter 16. Love is not limited. "It's not going to happen," Jack exploded. "I will never take you back to them, not ever. So unless you can come up with a reason I can understand, we are getting married, Anne Edger, you and me. You are going to be Mrs. Anorey, and the sooner the better." Then his voice softened as he assured her, "We can get through this together and make a life for ourselves. I love you, Annie, and I always have." There were tears in Jack's eyes at this declaration. "Oh, Jack," Anne cried, "if it were only that easy! I can leave it all behind, except that I can't." Blushing, she continued, "My woman thing didn't happen, Jack, and I'm thinking I'm with child. Even falling off a cliff and swinging on that rope didn't seem to do a thing to undo it. It can't be undone, and I can't be marrying you," she assured him solemnly. Jack threw his hands into the air with a shout. "That's it, Annie? You're going to have a baby, and you're thinking that ends us because it's someone else's baby?" Now he was hugging her, then began kissing her face, beaming in delight while she gazed at him as though he had lost his mind. Pushing him at arm's length from her, she declared, "I'm as sure as I can be about this, Jack. It's no joke, and getting married isn't going to make this baby your baby." "Do you love me, Annie? Now that's the question." "It makes no difference." "Oh, no? It makes all the difference. Come on, answer the question. Why was it that your last wish in the world was to see my face, Annie? Why was that?" Tears began to slide as she told him. "Because I love you with all my heart, Jack Anorey, and I have since the first day I saw you in Dragonville when the two of us were just kids. The thing is, we're not kids any longer, and what's happened can't be changed, though I'd give my life to change it if I could. Who needs to know this child is not mine except the two of us, Anne? We can be married right away, and our baby will have two parents that love him or her, whoever it may be." "You would do that? Marry me knowing I'm having another man's child? Someone who's not your own blood?" she gasped, trying to grasp the picture he was painting. "Oh, Annie, come on now. Don't I love those little brothers and sisters of yours?" Sure I do. They're not my blood. Who says someone has to be blood or you can't love them? Look at me and you. There's no blood between us, and we love each other." "That's different, Jack." "How, Anne? How is it different?" "Well," she faltered, "it just is. I'll be having a child that's not your child, and it's not right at all." "It is what it is, Anne. So who's to say if it's right or wrong? This has happened, and we can either let it break our hearts and ruin our lives together, or we can get married and live happily ever after. What do you say?" "Oh, Jack, this is no fairy tale." "Why is that, Anne? Why can't we make it our fairy tale? We don't have to be like the other people. We can do it a different way. We can love each other and love our child and have a different kind of life. It's what I want for us. Don't you, too?" A shy smile illuminated her pale face. "Well, sure. Who wouldn't want such a thing? You can do that, Jack? You can really still love me and this baby, too?" "I already do. I will be this baby's father. You're the mother, and that's enough for me. I love you, and I will love the child that will be part of my heart as much as you are, Annie. That's the way it is. It will never be an issue in our family." "Oh, Jack," she breathed, her eyes alight like the old Anne he'd once known. "This is it," he declared as he struggled to his knees on the rock, and taking her hand in his, solemnly asked, "Will you be my wife, Annie? I'm asking you proper here and now, and I'm asking if you'll let me be the father to your baby, too. I'm saying that wrong, because it's our baby. Well, what do you say?" "Yes, Jack, with all my heart. Yes," Anne declared, throwing her arms around his neck, and for the first time they shared a deep and heartfelt kiss. Voices of the returning miners could be heard, and the two of them haltingly made their way back to the campsite. "Well, the two of you are looking better," Caleb noted with a smile. "Glad to see it. I sent your husband's body on down the mountain to Stony Brook with a couple of my men, miss. Figured he'd want to be buried down there. He was well known in that town. Has a place of his own there. That all right by you, miss?" "Of course," Anne responded. "That sounds like as good a place as any for Simon to have his final resting place." "You think you're up to traveling tomorrow? We can be in Stony Brook by evening." Anne looked to Jack, then responded, "He was my husband, so I'll say yes to laying him to rest." Then her gaze returned questioningly to Jack. "I'll go with you, Annie. But here's the thing." Jack turned to Caleb. "Simon's gone, and it wasn't a marriage she wanted anyway. Now that he's gone, we're wanting to be married and leave this behind us. Is there anyone you know who can marry us, being Simon is not around to do any more marrying?" Caleb chuckled. "No surprise to me about the two of you. And if it's a marrying you're looking for, I have the authority to marry you anywhere up here on this mountain. Although you could always wait and have yourselves a wedding in Dragonville. Have you families there?" "No, sir," Jack assured him. "I can't think of anyone I'd rather have than yourself to marry us right here on Mount Baldy. How about you, Anne?" With a look of wonder she replied, "It's a miracle we could be married on this mountain. There's nothing I'd like better." "Well, then, we'll go down the mountain tomorrow to put Simon to rest in Stony Brook. There's a meadow down the mountainside I have in mind as a perfect wedding spot. I'll point it out to you tomorrow. Now it's time for some dinner and a good night's sleep, which we're all badly in need of. We'll leave right after daybreak and a little breakfast." Chapter 17. There is always hope. Early the next morning, the group began their descent down the mountainside, amidst the chirping of birds and the murmur of the brook that tumbled over the rocks. The beauty of the world seemed magnified in both their eyes, the sky bluer than they'd ever seen. Jack felt a stinging in his eyes as he watched Anne riding ahead of him, spine straight on her horse, as though she were steeling herself for a funeral she intended to honor as a widow of a man she never loved. Both battered and bruised, they stoically and steadfastly rode down the mountainside. When they had gone a fair piece down the mountain, Caleb called a halt and beckoned them to follow him into a meadow. "This is a place I was thinking of for a wedding," he indicated. "It's always been called the Meadow of the Fairies. I don't rightly know why. Never seen any little fairies myself. What do you think?" Both Jack and Anne gazed at the small open meadow, shining in the sunshine, alight with flowers nodding their petaled heads in a corolla of beauty. Gauzy threads of gossamer were shining in the light, and gold and blue butterflies floated from flower to flower. "Oh, yes," Anne breathed. "It's perfect." "Well, then, this is the place. Once we're done with our business in town, we'll come back this way, and I'll be proud to marry the two of you right here. Then we miners will take our leave heading right down that fork to our destination. We'll be to the town in a few more hours. I'm thinking it'd be best for you to step back, Jack. Let Anne do her duties as a widow, if you know what I mean." "Yes, sir, I do. I'll stay back." Arriving in Stony Brook before the sun had set, they found the village in mourning and awaiting their arrival. Women with tears in their eyes carefully helped Anne, taking her away, fussing over the poor widow girl, never imagining Anne's relief at Simon's treacherous mishap. "Killed by the dragon. He's been waiting a few years now to marry you, miss. And to think that deadly beast did him in before he could enjoy his life with you. The demons never come so close before. But we've known a long time now our days are numbered when it comes to that monster of the skies." Anne sighed, finding she could find no response to their kind prattling, though a knot of fear formed at the memory of the dark dragon form that had overshadowed them only a few days past. A shudder ran through her body at the remembrance. With knowing eyes, the ladies looked at each other, clucking, "Poor dear girl," as they helped her into a tub of hot water, where Anne experienced the first hot bath of her life, wondering at the heavenly comfort which soothed her battered body. Eating a little of the food she was offered, she was soon asleep in a soft bed, the women looking after her through the night. The next morning found her improved, though still only able to walk with a shuffling limp. The women coaxed Anne to eat a simple breakfast, and when it was time, they took her to an open grave where Simon's wood casket lay at the side. Wooden chairs were set at the head of the grave, and Anne sat with these newfound friends, grateful to be off her swollen feet. Her eyes searched the small group gathered around, her heart leaping when they found Jack next to Caleb. The sight of him brought tears of joy, which were interpreted to be tears of grief by the women, who reached from both sides to pat her hands in sympathy. Once the graveside ceremony ended and the women escorted her back to the town, Anne realized she had no recollection of what had been said. Looking back, she saw two men throwing shovels of dirt into the open grave. Looking away, she vowed to never look back. It was over and done. It was later in the afternoon when Caleb announced, "Miss Anne, time to be heading back over the mountain. since you're heading back to Dragonville. I'm sorry to rush you, but this has put me behind on my own doing, so we need to be going on our way." "Of course," Anne responded to Caleb. Giving the women her heartfelt thanks, Anne went out to take her leave, her eyes searching once again for Jack, who was astride the deuce. Caleb carefully helped her onto the golden mare called Honey that Simon had brought for her. "I guess you know this is your horse, miss. What you don't know is you have two more horses here, some of the finest animals I've ever seen. They're packed with belongings from a little place Simon had on the other side of town. As his widow, they're yours now." In wonder, Anne nodded as she took in the two stallions loaded with goods. Black as ink, they seemed duplicates of each other, exquisite animals snorting in the afternoon air. Caleb gently placed Honey's reins in Anne's hand, and they took their leave, winding their way back up Mount Baldy. Once they were on the path and had left Stonybrook behind them, Jack cantered next to Anne, staying by her side until they arrived at the meadow of the fairies, where Caleb called a halt, informing his men they'd be spending the night there. Instructing his men to set up camp, he approached Anne and Jack, asking, "You have two choices, either a wedding at the sunset or one at sunrise. Which will it be? One way or the other, my men and I have to be going on our way tomorrow morning. We have business we're behind on and have to move on." "I'm thinking the sunrise would be best," Jack responded. "This day's been enough for Annie. No one wants to be married on the same day of a funeral, no matter whose it is. Besides, the sunrise brings a new day and a new beginning. That's what tomorrow will be for us. How's that sound, Anne?" With a sigh and a smile of gratitude, Anne nodded her agreement. "Sounds like we've got ourselves a plan," Caleb nodded, then called out to his men, "We're having a wedding come morning. You all know what to do." Turning back to Jack and Anne, Caleb assured them, "It'll be a beautiful day for a wedding and the start of a new life for the two of you. Now let's see to getting these horses unpacked and some dinner going before the sun's gone." Chapter 18. A magical day in every way. The campsite was silent, the fire having died to glowing embers. The stars overhead pricked the velvet sky with fiery points of light. "Anne," Jack whispered, "what is it?" "I'm just thinking of the dragon and how Simon died. Thanks to the old demon, Simon's gone, though he didn't outright kill him. I thank fate for bringing him so close and spooking the horses, but still I am the one who will slay him in the end. You have to know our getting married won't change what I have to do. I haven't forgotten, but are you having second thoughts about it?" "No second thoughts. It's my destiny to kill the beast, and I know it. Guess I'm just thinking of the irony of it, that's all. I'm thinking, too, about the day I go to bring him to his end and leaving you and our child behind. It won't be for long, Annie. I'm coming back. You can count on that. So go to sleep, Annie. Let's just think about getting married for now." Tucking Anne's blanket over her shoulder, Jack pressed his lips into her hair, then settled back onto his bedroll, pulling his own blanket up against the chill night air. A quiet sigh of white wings moved across the meadow as an owl winged its way through the dark sky. Only a few nights ago on this very mountain, the dragon was here. I saw the heart spot with my own eyes. It seems it happened an hour ago, and yet a year ago for all that's happened in between. Jack shook his head at the thoughts flooding his mind. The vividness of the memory of that moment, of Anne's terrifying scream as she dropped over the cliff, and his own mad dive after her kept running through his mind until at last he slept. In his dreams, he fought the dragon, which had always been a shadow figure in dreams before. Now the dream had substance, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with fire, and the heart spot pulsed with life. The great decoy plan was perfection, and Jack and Jules were dancing in victory, two dragon slayers together. Jack awoke with a start, the jubilation of the dream still singing in his mind. The dream had been so real, it took a good minute for him to remember where he was, and then to recall he was getting married that very day. A shadow overhead brought Caleb, who offered him a steaming cup of tea, even as Jack turned to find Anne's bedroll empty. "She's gone, my lad. You won't be seeing your bride until ceremony time," Caleb laughed, handing the cup of tea to Jack. "Time for you to rise and shine. After all, this is your wedding day." "So it is," Jack exclaimed, as his eyes continued to search the meadow for a glimpse of Anne. "Like I said, you'll not be seeing her until the ceremony, which isn't that long in the making, actually. Time to get yourself going. We want you to be presentable. Finish that tea and get yourself ready." Jack placed the tea on a nearby stump as he neatly put away their two bedrolls, then finished the tea in a gulp. Hurrying to the stream, he began splashing his face with the icy water, wetting his black hair at the same time, gasping at the cold. "Here you go," came Caleb's voice behind him. "Here's some hot water for shaving. You'll find it makes a world of difference over cold. There's some soap here, too, and this razor's as fine as they come." Once Jack was clean shaven with the sharply honed razor, and his hair brushed into place, Caleb drew a soft blue shirt from a pack on the ground. "I took the liberty of getting this for you yesterday in town. I traded some of Simon's things for it, so you'd have something special for your wedding day." Jack found a lump in his throat as he stared at the shirt Caleb was pushing into his hands. Unable to speak, he pulled the shirt on, finding it a perfect fit and the finest piece of clothing he'd ever owned. Looking into Caleb's eyes, he managed, "I can't thank you enough. Can't think of anyone ever doing something so nice for me, and a stranger at that." The huge miner clapped Jack on the shoulder, saying, "It's no accident we met. I've been around long enough to know that. You're as good a guy as I've ever met. I know that, too. And I'm proud to be marrying the two of you this fine day." With a grin, he announced, "Speaking of marrying, it's time." By now, the sun's rays were bringing soothing warmth to the meadow, lighting it with a golden glow. Caleb walked with Jack, leading him to the group of miners who were standing near the side of the meadow. Just then, Lem came running from the nearby forest in a gentle lope, smiling at Jack as he came into view. "She's ready, boss." Caleb turned to Jack and explained, "I'm the one that's going to walk her out, as she asked me if I would, and I was pleased to say yes. Once we're here, I'm the one who'll be marrying you as well. You just stand right here," he indicated. With those words, he was off, entering the forest edge that Lem had just emerged from. Now, a thin stream of melody began to fill the meadow as Lem gently ran his bow over the strings of a fiddle. Jack thought he'd never heard such a lovely sound as the enchanting tune Lem produced, sweet and poignant. For a full minute the melody continued, and then Anne and Caleb came from the forest together, Anne holding Caleb's arm as he escorted her to the place in the meadow. Jack's gaze transfixed at the sight of Anne, who he had never seen in the light of that moment. She wore a simple off-white dress of a gauzy fabric that floated in the slight breeze moving through the meadow. A wreath of pink and white flowers adorned her head. her hair spilling over her shoulders in rippling waves of gold. She carried a bouquet of wildflowers in varied shades of pinks and roses, interlaced with delicate white flowers. Her feet were bare, and around one ankle was woven a wreath of more delicate pink wildflowers. There was a stir amongst the miners as Anne and Caleb approached, for it seemed as though the queen of the fairies herself had entered the meadow to be married on this golden day. Caleb placed Anne at Jack's side, then stepped in front of the two of them. Lem's melody lilted to an end, and Caleb began intoning the marriage ceremony. Jack's deep green eyes flashed to Anne's emerald eyes, the two of them caught in the unity of the moment. They both turned their gaze to Caleb as he gravely made them man and wife. Now you may exchange rings, the eternal circle being a token of the eternal love you share. At their startled looks, Lem stepped forward, placing a silver ring in each of their hands with a wink. "We ain't miners for nothing. We made them special for the two of you. It's our wedding gift." With shining eyes, the bride and groom placed the silver bands on each other's fingers, finding them a perfect fit, then shared their first kiss as husband and wife. The miners now whooped in celebration and began clapping Jack's shoulders, gently hugging Anne, offering their congratulations. Caleb gave them each a hearty embrace as they humbly thanked him for the burnished silver rings, marveling at their perfect fit. "Wasn't that hard to run a piece of twine round your fingers while you slept? Lem did it in a wink of a minute. He's a man of many talents." "That he is," Anne responded as she turned to Jack. "He made these," she said, indicating her bouquet and flower wreaths. "Again, I thank you, Lem. I'll always remember you and your kindness." Lem beamed. "You've thanked me enough, miss, but I have to admit I created the most beautiful bride I've ever laid eyes on, if I do say so myself. No false modesty here, miss." "You are more beautiful than I can say," Jack now murmured, causing Anne to blush at the intensity of his gaze. "We couldn't have had a finer wedding," Jack declared. "Only one thing I wished for, and that was to have my brother Jules here. But he'll understand and wish us nothing but the best." "I'd say this wedding and day is perfect in every way," Anne sincerely agreed. "Well, then, Mr. and Mrs. Anorey, Curly made some special cinnamon bread in honor of this wedding day. It's time for a wedding breakfast and us miners to be on our way." Holding his arm out for Anne, Jack began escorting her to their wedding breakfast when the group stopped in amazement, for the meadow was suddenly filled to overflowing with the sweet warbling melody of hundreds of unseen birds. Spellbound, they all listened in rapture as the serenade continued. At last Caleb reverently whispered, "I've never seen the like of this, not in all my days on Mount Baldy. You're blessed by the mountain itself. That you are." Chapter 19. Where there's a will, there's a way. Before the sun was overhead, the miners had packed and gone on their way, leaving Anne and Jack behind. Caleb had taken Jack aside and suggested, "I'd not be leaving here today, lad. The meadow is bidding you to stay, and I'd do so if I were you. No need to rush back to Dragonville. This is the place you're meant to be for now." Jack had nodded his agreement to Caleb's wise advice, grateful again to have met such a friend, knowing they might never meet again. Caleb seemed to read Jack's thoughts and responded, "There's no accidents, lad, and we won't forget each other wherever we may go. Now we'll be going and making the best of the day left ahead of us." Jack and Anne watched until they rounded the bend, waving one last time to Lem, who turned and tipped his hat before they were out of sight. The birds were silent now, and the two of them stood side by side, immersed in the immensity of the last few days. Taking Anne's hand, Jack led her to the shade of a mammoth tree, settling beside her in the soft green grass. As Anne leaned against the tree, Jack stretched himself on the ground, lying his head in her lap, gazing to her eyes, mirroring his own. Gently she ran her fingers through his black hair, neither of them speaking. Birds again began to sing in the treetops, causing them both to laugh with the joy of the moment. "Well, Mrs. Anorey, what would your wish for this day be?" "That it would go on forever. That would be my only wish. I would that we could freeze time and stay right here, right now, happy forever." "Well, Anne, we can't freeze time, that we know. But we can choose to be happy every day that comes our way. Caleb just said to me they were going to make the best of the day left ahead of them, and I thought that was a mighty wise idea for always. We can do that each and every day, and we will, starting right now. Our child's going to be raised different than we were, and the only way we can do that is to be different ourselves. I think we've got a good start, and that's a fact." "Our child," Anne murmured. Just a few days ago, the thought of this child was unbearable, and now the idea is a joy. How can that be, really? But it's the truth. I think of Simon and only feel compassion. It's a wonderful change. I'm at peace and happy to be carrying this child we'll both love. It's a miracle." "It's the love, Annie, which makes the miracle. I feel it too, and have no doubt this is exactly as it should be, being it is the way it is. We're together, and the love will keep us always so." "What if we lose our happiness, Jack? When we leave this meadow and go back to Dragonville, then how will we manage?" Anne asked, choking back tears at the thought. "I hear you. Dragonville is filled with dark and unhappy people who bring a person down whenever they can. But we don't have to be that way. We have each other, and we'll make our own place and our own happiness. Someday I'll change the town when I go to Dragon Mountain, and Jules and I take out the cause of the town's fear. The dragon is vulnerable, Annie. I saw it with my own eyes when he came in so low. The plan Jules and I have will succeed, and we will be rid of that deadly demon who's been the cause of so much fear all these years." Now the tears would not be held back, as Anne exclaimed, "But what if it doesn't work, Jack? Look at your grandfather. I can't bear to lose you. We can't bear to lose you." Lifting himself from the ground, Jack wrapped his arms around Anne, letting her cry against his chest until the tears stopped. "There now," he soothed. "You've got to believe in me, Annie. Don't doubt I can do it, because I can. I know it, and you must know it too. I won't be leaving the two of you for longer than it takes to do the deed and return. It won't be before our child is born either. We have a home to make in Dragonville, and I'm thinking of that old house out by the mill pond. No one's lived in it for years. Jules and I used to play there. With a lot of work, it could be a home for us. How does that sound?" "Why, yes," Anne exclaimed, eyes shining at the thought. "We could make ourselves a fine home there. That idea feels good to me." Now her voice grew serious. "Jack, I do believe in you, never doubt that. And I'll never stand in the way of your destiny. I've always sworn that, and I'll never question what you must do again. I swear." "Well, then that's a deal," Jack laughed. Now, how do you feel about a walk through this meadow and maybe a swim in a fine, deep place down the creek? There's a spot there that'll take your breath away." Gazing into Jack's eyes, Anne responded, "This day has already taken my breath away for the beauty of it. I'm thinking it will only get better from here on out. It doesn't seem that could be possible, but I have the feeling it is the case." Chapter 20. The Gemini Twins. Jack and Anne stared in dismay at the sagging home they had agreed to buy from the miller. "Whoa!" Jack exclaimed soberly, shaking his head at the sight before their eyes. Weeds and vines choked the front doorway, the door barely hanging on one hinge. Splintered shutters lay tangled in weeds, daylight seeping through gaping holes in the roof. "I guess when I was a kid I never saw it like I'm seeing it now," said Jack ruthfully. "When the miller said we had our work cut out for us, it was no joke." Dismounting from Anne's mare, Jack reached up for Anne, helping her down from where she'd ridden behind him. "We can do it, Jack. It'll take time, but it'll come together. You wait and see," Anne remarked, even as she picked her way through the weeds to the open doorway. Together they surveyed the remains of the building before them. "You're right, we can fix it up. It has potential, and we have something to build on." Just then a shout outside drew their attention, heralding Jules flying down the hillside. "Jack! Jack, you did it! You're a married man!" Jules launched himself onto Jack, knocking him into the weeds, where the two of them wrestled, rolling in a ball of energy. When at last they lay panting side by side, Jules wiped at his eyes with his shirt sleeve before he managed to speak. "You got a lot of telling to do, Jack. You know that." "Yep, I know," Jack responded as he reached over and ruffled his brother's auburn hair. "I'm sorry, Jules, but there was no time to do anything different than what I did. I'll tell you all about it once we get ourselves unpacked here and set up for the night. We only have a couple hours of daylight left in the day. Mom said she offered for the two of you to stay at the house after she got the shocking news you are married, but the two of you wouldn't have it. She's mighty peeved about the whole thing. Dad and Grandpa are the same." "Yep, I know, Jules. They'll get over it with time. Or not. It's up to them. As for me, I aim to be happy with the way things are and take it one day at a time." Leaping from the ground, Jules now acknowledged Anne, giving her an exuberant hug. "Guess you're my sister now, right?" he questioned with a grin. "Boy, this takes getting used to. The whole village was worried, wondering where you'd gone to. They've been talking about nothing else for days now, and the talking is not going to stop with this big news. You two really going to make this place into a home? Look at these horses. You leave on Uncle Jasper's deuce and come back with 3 fine horses? Boy, they're outstanding. What a golden beauty this mare is." Jack and Anne were laughing at Jules' nonstop conversation, which hadn't allowed a moment for a response. Jack introduced Jules to Honey, even as Jules was now circling the 2 fine stallions, each with their heavy packs still in place. The 2 of them majestically looked into Jules' admiring eyes, both sleek and jet black, with 4 matching white stockings on each. There was no variation in their height, but on their foreheads each had a distinctive white marking, their only noticeable difference. "I've never seen anything quite like them," he exclaimed as he stroked them simultaneously. "They're as alike as any 2 horses I've ever seen. What a matched pair! How in blazes did you come by them? These are no pack horses. Serious, Jack, they're worth a fortune. Meet Castor and Pollux. Their owner named them after the 2 brightest stars in the constellation Gemini, the constellation of the twins. This one with the white shape of a crescent moon is Castor. And of course, the marking on this guy, which looks like a P, is Pollux. You're right, brother, they are no pack horses. Uncle Jasper said the same, that he'd never seen such great horseflesh as these two. And here they are in Dragonville waiting for their destiny. It's a miracle in every sense of the word, Jules. Destiny? Jules questioned. 2 horses for 2 dragon killers, Anne stated quietly. 1 for Jack and 1 for yourself, Jules. Whoa, gasped Jules. I'll be riding one of these when we go to Dragon Mountain? You tell him, Jack. Anne gently smiled. Well, Annie and I have a bargain to make with you, little brother. We're needing help here to make this into a home. Lots and lots of work. I struck a deal with the miller, and if you can believe it, in 1 month I'm going to be working for him. I agreed to 1 year of working to pay for this place. I get time off to hunt for the village, but he gets his part of the game when I go. He drove a hard bargain, harder than I knew now that I see this place, but I can handle a year. We have to rebuild this house, need a barn and corral, and we wanted to make a bargain with you. Your time and work, and in payment Castor will not just be the horse you'll ride to Dragon Mountain, he'll be yours for life. My own horse? This horse? Mine? Jules stared dumbfounded as the 2 of them smiled back at him. No way! You can't do that. I'll help you for nothing. You know that. Now Jules was shaking his head vehemently. You can't give away a fine horse like this and split the 2 of them up. You just can't. They won't be split up, Anne gently remarked. Pollux and Castor go together, just like you and Jack go together. It's as it's meant to be, little brother, and that's how we want it. We're not just asking you to help. We want you to live with us. Staring at Anne's and Jack's smiling faces, Jules froze as he took in the implication of Anne's statement. His blue eyes welled with tears, which he quickly brushed away, sending silvery droplets into the sunlight. Well, now, he stammered. Well, now. For a moment he stood in silence, then shook his head even as he announced, It'd be my honor to be right here with the 2 of you, and don't you know it? All 3 were beaming as they fell into a circle, arms around each other, 3 as 1. Chapter 21. You never know what a day will bring. Jack and Jules lay sprawled on a grassy hillside, their open swords shining in the grass at their sides. Simultaneously, their heads turned towards Dragon Mountain as the dragon's dark form lifted from the mountaintop, circling it once, then winging northward. We still have our connection, Jules observed as he let his breath out. The 2 men jumped to their feet, watching the dragon's form recede into the distance. That we do, Jack agreed. You know, Jules, our luck is going to hold and our day will come. His days are numbered, and that's a sure thing. I have a good feeling about this, just as I have since I was a boy. We've practiced rarely the past months, but we still have the plan down to perfection. Our great decoy plan will be the end of the beast, and this village is going to be a new kind of place to live. Your niece or nephew won't be raised under the fear of the dragon, or any other child for that matter. It's you and I who are going to make the difference. Jules nodded soberly as they both retrieved their swords from the ground, carefully sheathing them before putting them into place on their horses grazing nearby. Let's get this log home and see what we can accomplish before daylight's done. Rapidly, the horses were harnessed and the men carefully began their descent, hauling the log down the hillside. Castor and Pollux moved in rhythm, sleek and shining in the afternoon sun, responding to each man's signal as though they were an extension of their rider. As they neared their home, they stopped and viewed the scene before them with deep satisfaction. The ramshackle building had been turned into a well-made home, more spacious than most in the vicinity. Jack and Jules had added a large upstairs room with a fine window providing a panoramic view of the mill pond and hills in the distance. Jules' bedroom was off the side of the large room with his own outside staircase. Downstairs, the living quarters and kitchen were combined into one great room with 2 bedrooms to the side, one for Jack and Anne, and the other for the baby whose arrival would be soon. Smoke was coming from the housetop's chimney, and as they proceeded to their home, Anne emerged from the kitchen doorway. She waved as she went to an outside pen, tossing some scraps to the animals. The apron tied over her dress hardly concealed the prominent bulge of the baby she was carrying, and she held her back as she headed back to the house. The dust of an approaching buggy caught Anne's attention, as it did the men from their vantage point, causing them to finish hauling the log to the corral just as Thomas and Bertha Edger arrived in their dilapidated buggy in a swirl of dust. Leaving the horses in Jules' capable hands, Jack rushed to Anne, putting his arm around her to steady her against what was always an unhappy encounter any time her parents came calling. The first time they came, both parents had been hysterical, demanding a portion of the goods Anne had brought back with her as old Simon's widow. Their greedy eyes ascertained the stories they'd heard of the fine horses Anne had acquired were true. Who knew what treasure the large packs they'd heard about had held? But certainly they felt they were entitled to a portion of it all. Anne had offered them some lunch at their makeshift campsite, which had been greeted with a sneer. They were only interested in getting what was due them and being on their way. That's exactly what happened. They were sent on their way with nothing more than they came there with. Jack and Anne had calmly and firmly sent them back to where they came from. They had left in a fireball of shouts and name-calling, which continuously receded in the distance until they were well out of ear-reach. Each time the Edgers came to Dragonville, they would stop by Anne's and Jack's home. The second time they had a different approach, accepting the food they were offered before they went into their whining and sniveling mode, begging for one of the horses. After all, they were her parents, and it was only their due. Once again, they left empty-handed, but at least with their bellies full of Anne's wonderful cooking, which they found they sorely missed once they had sent her off with Simon. Juicy just doesn't have your touch when it comes to food, Bertha Edger had whined as she ate her third scone. Anne had smiled wanly. Juicy has a million other things to be doing, Ma. You're not a bad cook yourself. Maybe you could do more of it. Married and snippety, are ya? Don't think I haven't noticed how highfalutin you think you are, now that you got all these great things by being old Simon's widow woman. And who you think you have to thank for that, Miss Anne? You're looking at the ones right here who set you up and caused this flood of prosperity to come your way. And don't you be forgetting it. At this, Anne's steely voice had replied, I'd think you'd want me to be forgetting, Ma. Believe me, I do remember. Bertha had cringed at this comment, for the truth of that traumatic time for Anne and Anorey was still fresh in her mind, the day her daughter had gone down the trail, her hands bound to Honey's saddle pommel, and her screams of desperation echoing through the valley. Well, look what it's done for you. It turned out for you, didn't it, in every way? You got the man you wanted come hell or high water, and you got a start in life like nothing you would have got if we'd let you wait a year or two for Jack and Norrie. So There! Here, Ma, have another scone, and let's talk about anything else. How's the baby, James? No more are on the way, I see. He's a bugger if I ever had one. Always into everything, and more than a handful for Juicy to keep an eye on. I seem to be done with this baby thing, and I'd say it's high time. Indeed, was all Anne commented as she placed another scone on her mother's plate. Thomas and Bertha had driven away stymied again, as they were each time they came to greedily view the progress Anne, Jack, and Jules were making on their home by the mill pond. Now the buggy careened into the yard, sending a layer of dust onto the flowers and shrubs Anne had so tenderly planted around the yard. At the halt of the buggy, the poor horse's labored breathing filled the air, but above that there was a sheer wailing sound, pitiful cries coming from a small form wedged between the two edgers. Immediately, Anne and Jack rushed to the buggy, where Thomas Edger lifted a tiny tow-headed boy by the back of his shirt, holding him out to Jack's outstretched hands. "You're always asking about him and telling us how to raise him," Thomas addressed Anne. "So here he is. He ain't stopped crying like this for 3 days now, and we can't abide it any longer. Your poor ma's about done for, and that's a fact. He fell into the fire," he explained as Anne and Jack exclaimed at the boy's raw and horribly inflamed right leg. "That's why he don't have no pants on. He can't have nothing touching it. Well, that's it," Thomas finished grimly. "We won't be staying to eat. Got to get ourselves out of here, and right quick at that. I have to hear one more minute of that shrieking of his, and he might not be here much longer. We figure you two got the means to help him out." Anne had gone deathly pale upon the sight of her baby brother's predicament, using the corner of her apron to wipe at his wet, smeared face, making comforting, shushing sounds which did nothing to calm him. As the buggy began to move, she sternly commanded, "Wait, Ma, Pa, you leave him here with us, and he's ours. You won't be taking him back." "Taking him back!" shrilled Bertha Edger. "He's never going to be the same, and we're not wanting him back." Jack stepped forward, putting his hand out to Thomas Edger. "It's a bargain, then. The boy is ours, and we'll tend to him the best we can." "You got it, Jack. He's yours for the taking, and that's a deal." With that, he get-upped his horse, which dejectedly turned and wheeled them up the road and out of sight. Chapter 22. We always have a choice. Anne had taken the tiny boy from Jack and was cradling him as best she could, trying to keep his leg from touching anything. Her apron was soaked from the boy's sodden, sagging diaper, and the acrid smell of ammonia and the boy's dirty little body mixed with the stench of his oozing leg. The air was filled with despair at the child's plight, his howls eerie in the sunlight. "I think a good scrubbing is first," Anne spoke gently, nodding at the wash tub leaned against the side of the house. "We'll need rags for diapers and a poultice for his leg. He has a fever," she declared as she pulled the offending diaper off, exposing his raw and inflamed bottom and private parts. "Bring the black salve, too. Oh, Jamie, baby, you poor dear boy." The next hour was spent with Jules and Jack following each order Anne gave as she gently scrubbed the festered leg and boy's body, which was barely skin and bones. His cries never stopped rending the air, sob after sob. Jules returned with the herbs Anne had instructed him to fetch from the meadow. Crushing the herbs, she formed them into a poultice, carefully slathering the mixture onto Jamie's tiny leg, loosely wrapping it with a clean, soft rag. At last, the boy's cries began to diminish into shuddering sobs. Jack, Anne instructed, break a piece of bread into a bowl with some honey and milk on it. He needs some nourishment, even a little. Soon she had the boy taking tiny bites of the bread and milk, encouraging him to accept each morsel. His brown eyes were sunk into his head, and he was still burning with fever, but at last he slept in Anne's arms, dry sobbing and crying out in his sleep. It was well after midnight when Jack woke Anne, gently taking James from her arms. You've got to go to your bed, Anne. I'll sit with him now. Go rest. I have another wet rag for his forehead, and I'll keep getting water down him through the night. I'll take care of him. You know how the miller is. I have to go to work come morning, but Jules will be here to help. Oh, Jack, Anne moaned. Do you think he's going to make it? Yes, Annie, I do. You needn't worry about that. He's in good hands now and exactly where he's meant to be. Your parents for once did something right when they brought him here. I'm thinking he wouldn't have lasted much longer under their care, but he'll be fine with us. Oh, Jack, Anne breathed, tears streaming now. You have to be right. I couldn't bear it if... Shh, Jack whispered, placing his finger in front of her lips. We're going to trust he will be good. Look at it this way, Annie. We have our first baby here a month before we were expecting any baby at all. How lucky are we? Our baby will come with a big brother to watch out for him or her, and James is going to be all right with time. I know it. Now off to bed with you, sweetheart. I've got him now. Holding her stomach, Anne rose from the chair. Now she patted her stomach. You hear that, baby? You have a big brother here to watch over you. Turning to Jack, who was now sitting in the chair, she placed her lips on his forehead, then kissed each of his closed eyes. You are a treasure, Jack Anorey, heart of my heart. And you're right. We have a son just like that, a little gift from heaven. That fall into the fire brought him straight to us, and I'd say it saved him in its way. So who can say what's bad or good in this world? Who can really say? Stiffly, Anne went to the bedroom and fell onto her bed, fully clothed, instantly asleep. Sunlight streaming through the room's window caused her to gasp out loud, as it was much higher in the sky than her ordinary rising time. Struggling from the bed, she rushed into the living area to find Jules holding James, who was moaning in his sleep. Morning, Anne. Jack wouldn't wake you to say goodbye. Said to have you sleep, so that's what I've done. We got some food down the boy this morning, and Jack changed him before he left for the mill. Probably time to change the poultice. There's more herbs on the table there. Placing her hand on the baby's forehead, Anne remarked, Fever's about the same, but not worse. That's a good thing. I'm going to wash up and get myself put together for the day. Then I'll be changing the poultice and get some food going, too. Did Jack eat before he left? Sure, Jules responded. He packed his own lunch and said he'll be back as soon as he can get away. That miller has him doing everything he can think of. Seems like he's getting even for all of our swims when we were kids. He never took to us much. Well, he's got 6 months left to go, so he's halfway there. We'll all be relieved to have the mill job over and behind us. Soon Anne emerged with her hair freshly braided and a new apron over her dress. Her first task was to change the poultice. It's looking better than it did yesterday. The power in these herbs is working, she sighed with satisfaction, while Jules soothed the sobbing boy. Sorry, bud, but it has to be done, Jules said, even as he winced at the sight of the festering burnt leg. Once the wound was tended to, Anne changed his diaper, applying ointment to his bottom, relieved at the healing that had occurred there also. You're going to be all right, baby. You really are. Jack's right. We have to trust you're going to make it just fine. Jules began crooning a childhood tune to James, even as he held the water cup to the boy's lips, singing to him as he sipped some water down, quieting his cries. There was a knock at the door, which opened of its own accord as Mary and Jasper Anorey let themselves in. "It's true!" Mary cried at the sight of James in Jules' arms. "Your parents really did leave off a child, just left him here for the two of you to raise, and rode off right back up that mountain. By the looks of him, a hurt one at that. Oh, my! He's nothing but sticks and bones. He's never going to be right. You mark my words, Anne. You need to give him back as soon as you're able. You and Jack have a baby of your own coming soon, and that's going to change your life completely. It's a ton of trouble to raise a child, much less two of them, and one like him would make it impossible, just impossible." The door had opened behind them, and there stood Jack, who must have flown from the mill upon seeing their arrival. With a smile he strode into the room, taking James from Jules' arms and turning with the boy in his arms to his parents. "I want you to meet your new grandson, Mom and Dad. This is James Anorey. Ann and I have taken him in and call him son, which he will always be. He's our firstborn, just come a little late to live with us." "Oh, Jack!" his mother wailed, even as his father declared with a snort, "He's no grandson of mine, and that's a fact. You're as crazy as a loon if you think you're going to be calling him such. You always was bad blood, Jack, and that's another fact. You get married out of the blue, don't even do it right and proper with your family there, married by some miner out on a mountaintop. That's a slap in the face to your family. And then you take in some stray and call him blood? Ain't no way." "Well," Jack responded with a laugh, "I'm your blood, and even at that I don't rate in your eyes. So how do you explain that, Father? This boy is our son now, and Ann and I are raising him as our boy, whatever your feelings may be about it. You got two choices. Either hate it or love it. I think loving it would be more fun, and that's also a fact. But you do as you wish, Father. You too, Mother. I'll be helping you out the door for now. No more words. You can think it over and decide as you wish. For now, I've got to get back to the mill, and Ann has our little boy to tend to." Like a fish gasping for air, Mary's mouth kept flying open, though she was lost for words. Finally, she managed a "Well, I never!" And weaving around, she grabbed her husband's arm, and the two of them huffed out the door. Her red face reappeared in the doorway as she exclaimed, "You too, Jules! How could you? You had a proper home with us, and here you are caught up in this mess. I suppose you think you have a nephew there. Well, he's not. He's just not." The door slammed shut, but they continued to hear the couple's agitated voices as they departed up the road. "Well, we've had a lot of drama going on here lately, wouldn't you say?" Jules' giggling voice broke the silence. The three of them gasped into gales of laughter, and for the first time little James' face lit with a wan smile at the contagion of all their laughter. Chapter 23. Love Can Change Everything. "I'm not taking lunch at the mill today," Jack announced. "I'm coming home for lunch from now on to check on you until the baby's here. Whether the miller likes it or not, that's the way it's going to be. We're the only two of us that knows it could be any day, so I'm staying close from now on." Just then little James appeared bleary-eyed in the doorway of his bedroom. "Hey, boy," Jack smiled, holding his arms out. James haltingly made his way across the room to Jack's arms. Jack tousled his already wild hair, laughing as the little boy giggled in his arms. "Wow, Jamie boy, time to use the bathroom before I take off for work. Good boy, staying dry all through the night." Nope, I'm putting you down and we'll walk together. We have to keep using that leg every day. You can do it." Anne gazed fondly at the two of them as they left the house. Jack, tall and muscular, with a tiny tow-headed boy's small hand held tenderly in his large man hand. Little James walked with a noticeable and halting limp, and Jack moved slowly to accommodate the child, encouraging each step. As they went out the door, Jules came inside, bidding them each good morning on their way out the door. "Ah, smells good. I'm one hungry guy," he announced as he began loading his plate with breakfast. "We're almost got a roof on the horse shelter. I told you I could have it on in time. Making James' little bed didn't slow me down all that much." "Indeed you did," Anne smiled as she began preparing a bowl of mush for James' breakfast. "You're a wonder, Jules, with all the hours Jack has to put in at the mill. I don't know how we would have made it without you. You've earned Castor 100 times over with the work you've done." Jules grinned at her comments. "We're a great team, the four of us, soon to be five." "Well, less than a month to go," Anne murmured. "This big boy is ready to eat," Jack announced as they came back in the door. Putting James on the high stool he had built for the boy, Anne placed the bowl of mush on the table, putting James' spoon in his hand, guiding him to take bites. Soon he was eating the mush, and she smiled with satisfaction. "You are a big boy, James. Look at you eating all by yourself, and so neatly, too. You are such a bright boy. Almost a month, and what a difference every day makes." Kissing them good-bye, Jack headed for the mill, and Jules soon too took his leave, heading for errands in town. As James finished eating, Anne began her kitchen chores, working well into the morning. "It's time to care for that leg, Jamie boy. Let's go outside on the porch. Come on now." With a huge sigh, Anne sunk onto the bench near the front door and began a deep massage of the boy's injured leg. The little boy whimpered, but stoically laid on the bench, his leg in Anne's lap as she tenderly massaged the tissue, rubbing it deep with an herbal liniment she had prepared for just this purpose. An approaching figure was coming down the lane, and Anne smiled as she approached, bidding her, "Good morning, Mother Anorey. It's a beautiful morning. What brings you out our direction on such a fine day?" The thin-lipped woman pursed her lips, looking in wonder at the courteous and smiling Anne, who had just greeted her. "Well, I wasn't expecting such a sweet meeting, and that's a fact, Anne Anorey. I'm thanking you for it, and I'm here to—" At this the woman faltered. "Come sit here on the bench by me and James. There's plenty of room." Anne scooted herself to the edge, indicating a place for her mother-in-law to sit. Stiffly Mary set herself on the bench, a basket held tight in her grasp on her lap. Then she turned to look at Anne and the small boy, as Anne continued with the boy's massage, applying more liniment. "Well, now he's looking ever so much better," Mary commented, even as the boy gazed at her with big brown eyes. This new company was taking his mind off the pain, though he still whimpered at times. "He's doing ever so much better," Anne assured her. "He's going to be just fine with time." "How old are you?" Mary questioned the boy. "He's over 2 by a few months," Anne responded. "And not talking?" Anne smiled. "Not saying a word, Mother Anorey, not at this time anyway." "See what I told you? That's not right, not right at all. He should be speaking at his age, and that's a fact." "He knows how to talk." Anne softly turned to her. "He chooses not to for some reason. When he feels like it, he will speak again. Really, he spoke younger than the rest of my brothers and sisters put together. But for now, he's not speaking any more." Mary nervously smoothed a strand of stray hair back into the graying bun on her head before she cleared her throat with a croak. Well, whatever you say. I guess you would know. I'm just here to. Well, I have a few things here I thought maybe you could use for the boy. They belonged to Jack and Jules when they were little. I saved them, but they could be put to good use, I'm thinking. So, what do you think?" Mary had uncovered the basket and began holding up small shirts and trousers. "Oh, my! Jack used to wear these?" Anne exclaimed. "They're wonderful, Mother Anorey. They truly are." As Anne exclaimed over each article of clothing, Mary Anorey kept wiping at her watery blue eyes with each outcry of joy and appreciation. "I don't know why it took me so long to come back," she finally declared. "I know it took me too long, and I'm saying I'm sorry for it." "Oh, it doesn't matter how long it took. It only matters that you came back. I'm so glad you did. Come on, let's go inside, and James can wear a new outfit. They're nice and soft, perfect for him. You can stay and have lunch with us. Jack is coming home for lunch for the next little while, until this baby is born, so you'll get to see him too." "I can help with that," Mother Mary volunteered, and soon the two women were working side by side in the kitchen, putting food on the table. When Jack and Jules returned for lunch at the same time, they entered the house to find James on the floor, dressed in his new clothes, with their mother sitting at the table laden with their lunch. Both boys gave her a happy embrace, neither mentioning the scene from their last meeting. As lunch proceeded, Mary relaxed her guard, as she seemed to expect the next breath would bring a tongue lashing her way. Much to her marvel, it never did. Sitting back, she surveyed the four of them, three adults and one small child, all interacting in the happiness of the moment, enjoying each other's company and the good food they shared. Soon Jack kissed Anne and James good-bye, then his mother, before he hurried back to the mill. Jules excused himself to his work outside, and the two women cleaned the kitchen together. Mother Mary quiet in her contemplation at what had not happened. Once Anne had put James in his bed for an afternoon nap, the two women went back to the outside bench, each quietly sipping a cup of tea. "You really are quite happy, aren't you?" Mary broke the silence. "Yes, we are," Anne assured her. "Why would we choose to be any other way?" "Well, there's numerous reasons I can think of. Being attacked by a dragon is at the top of the list, but somehow they don't seem so important right here and now." "Then don't let them get important now or ever," Anne suggested. "Just be here and now and be happy. Really, Mother Annoy, it's as simple as that." The woman sighed, and then a smile smoothed her lips. "I get that somehow, I really do. But when I'm at my house, it's not so easy to get." Anne placed her hand over her mother-in-law's hand with a gentle touch. "You'll find the more you choose happiness, the easier it will be. You are a very talented woman, and I can see you having the power to do anything you set your mind to." "You really do, don't you?" Mary chuckled. "Yes, you really do. Well, now why not? If you can see it, then I can too." "Sure you can." The two sat in companionable silence as they drank their tea to the last drop, each mind spinning a happy tale. Then they smiled at each other, and at that moment a mother and daughter met each other for the first time. Mary Anorey shook her head. "Well, I never," was all she could manage to say. At Anne's smile she continued, "That's the truth of it, isn't it? I never imagined such a thing, but I am now, and I'm thinking I like what I'm thinking in a whole new way. But I have to be heading back home before Jasper gets beside himself. He wasn't all that keen on my coming here, and yet he wasn't totally against it either. He's going to be wondering what ever happened to me." Rising from the bench, Mary took Anne's teacup, then gave her a hand to rise from the bench. You know, when the time comes, I'll be here for the birthing. You just send Jules to get me, and don't you hesitate about that. This is my first grandchild, and I'm wanting to be here for you both. As she and Anne returned inside the house, Mary carefully watched the teacups and replaced them on their shelf. Now she turned and said, I'll be leaving now, but I made a mistake with what I said before, and I want to write it before I go. I missed the birth of my first grandchild and don't want to miss the birth of my second. I'll be waiting for the call whenever the time comes. With that, Mary and Anorey entered little James' bedroom and gently smoothed the blonde hair from his forehead before placing her lips on his forehead. Turning with a look of wonder, she whispered, He's a dear little guy, and I'm thinking we're all lucky to have him still in this world to be a part of this family. Embracing a sweet and smiling Anne, she brushed tears from her eyes, then hurried off down the lane, carrying her basket with a few scones Anne had tucked inside for Jasper and Sedgwick. Chapter 24. Life Can Present Complications. What's up, big brother? Jules questioned as he stepped from the shadow of a large tree. Hey there, Jules, Jack responded. I'm on my way home, as you can see. You seem pretty lost in thought. You been thinking about what I've been thinking about? Jack sighed, looking straight into Jules' eyes, then shook his head in affirmation. Yep, I have. I feel it in my bones that our time is coming, and that's a fact. Me too, Jack, me too. That's why I'm here. We got to talk this out and make our plan, or our time's going to run out. Winter's come and gone, and there's no time like right now to do what we have to do. I know what you're saying, Jules, and I also keep having the thought that perhaps we ought to lay the idea aside and let it be. The dragon still rises off that mountain every day, but never comes our way. It's been years since he's come our direction, and over a year since he caused old Simon's death, and not on purpose. I've been thinking maybe we can lay the plan aside and trust he won't attack us now or ever. But you just said it was time, that you knew it. How can you change in the next breath? Come on, Jack. What happened to it being our destiny to slay that dragon and end the fear that haunts this village? What about that? Calm down, Jules. Just calm down. I don't know, Jack faltered. Really, I just don't know. Everything's changed with Anne and James and the baby. What about them? Soberly, Jules responded. Don't you think I don't see that too? I do, Jack. But don't we have an obligation to do what we swore we were going to do? The village and everyone in it are sick with the fear of that dragon. No one knows that better than you. We've lived with it all our lives, and you want James and Lily to live with it too? Just because we don't live in the town doesn't mean they won't get caught up in the sickness of our drills. Good grief, their great-grandfather is the alarmist. They're going to be part of it whether we like it or not. Now Jack ran his fingers through his hair, shaking his head. Well, it's not like they know their grandfather or great-grandfather either. You know, the two of them are still as stubborn as summer days are long. They haven't even seen little Lily, for all they care. I know what you're saying, Jules, and I agree, but I still have Anne and the children first in my heart. Sure you do, and that's a good thing, but our great decoy plan is going to give them a life and upbringing different than we had, for the better. We've got to do this, Jack, and the sooner the better. Your obligation to the miller was worked off 2 months ago. You can leave when you want, take time off, and we can do this. I'm ready as I'll ever be, and I want it done and over with. My working for the blacksmith is a joke compared to what we are meant to be doing. Okay, Jules, let's give it a month, and see how we're feeling then. How does that sound? You said that 3 months ago, Jack, remember? You said you were feeling it's time and you're ignoring it. And I'm feeling it's time too. We have a connection with that beast. We've known it for years. And I don't think we should be ignoring what we're both feeling. We'll never be able to live with ourselves if we don't do what we're meant to do and it becomes too late. I've been putting my life on hold and I'm wanting more myself, but not until we've taken care of the dragon whose shadow we've lived under all our life. With that, Jules wheeled and headed down the hillside, then turned to yell, I'm going to the folks and having dinner with them tonight. Let Ann know I won't be there for supper. Jack leaned against a tree as he watched Jules disappear from sight, a giant lump in his throat, tears burning his eyes, which he angrily brushed aside. When he walked through the kitchen door, James ran to greet him with a laugh of joy. Jack hoisted him into the air, tossing him high while the boy giggled. A stew was simmering on the stove and the table was set for their dinner. How's your baby sister, James? Jack questioned as he placed the boy on the floor. Lily was sitting on a blanket on the floor, a tiny girl with downy red hair fuzzed like a baby chick, brown eyes, rosy cheeks, and a rosebud mouth. Her Dada, Dada, brought a well of joy as Jack picked her up from the floor, breathing in the soft sweetness of her baby breath as he covered her with kisses. Walking to Anne with Lily in his arms, he placed a kiss on the back of her neck while she ladled stew into bowls. What is it, Jack? Anne asked. Don't dish up for Jules. He's eating at the folks tonight, Jack informed her grimly. Oh, Jack, he's wanting to go to the mountain, isn't he? We'll talk about it later, Annie. But yes, that's it exactly. The evening passed with an uneasy air, and once the children were in their beds, Anne and Jack sat on the front porch together before Anne broached the subject again. Maybe it's time, Jack. I thought you'd be going once Lily was born, and here she is 7 months old. We own this place free and clear now, and your obligation to the miller is over with. Jack exploded. I know all this, Anne. I know it. It's just that things have changed like I never knew they could change. I'm sorry. I know you mean well, but are you trying to talk me into this? Are you wanting me to go to that mountain? Really wanting me to go? Oh, Jack, that's not it, Anne replied softly. It's just that we have this shadow hanging over us, and you can feel it as well as I can. It's not so much the fear of the dragon anymore. It's the fear of what might happen when you go to slay him. And even though you're not wanting to go, you are wanting to go, and the conflict of it is affecting us all. Jack softened his voice as well, shaking his head. Well, a few more months won't matter one way or the other. The miller's old and does need my help, and that's a fact. James still doesn't say a word, and Lily's too tiny to believe in just yet. She just is. The beast is waiting for us. I think he feels it in his bones that his time is close to being over for this life. We can grant him a couple more months. Jules and I can use some more practice. It's not that we're not going. We're just not going now. Not yet, anyway. All right, Jack, Anne murmured. You do what you feel is best. I'm not wanting to see you go ever, but I'm not wanting to see you so unhappy and conflicted either. You have to follow your heart, and I'm not one to be telling you anything different. Oh, Annie, Jack sighed. Why does this have to be so hard? Chapter 25. The day has come. It was a full week before Jules returned to his home with Jack and Anne, entering one morning just as Jack was leaving for the mill. Well there, Jules, we were wondering if you were ever going to show up, Jack remarked as the two of them gazed eyeball to eyeball. I'm here, and that's about it, Jack. I have jobs to finish up, and I intend to do what I said I would. I have work with the blacksmith later in the afternoon, so I thought I'd work here this morning." With those words, Jules turned and greeted the children, both joyous to see their Uncle Jules. Rolling his eyes, Jack grabbed his lunch and proceeded out the door to his work at the mill. At supper time, Anne announced Jules had eaten an early supper and wouldn't be joining them to eat. "So this is how it's going to be? We'll have it his way," Jack snorted, turning his attention to his children. "Do you think her hair's ever going to lay down?" Jack laughed as he smoothed Lily's silky red halo of hair, which instantly stood on end again. Anne laughed. "Give it some time and length, as that's what it's going to take. She called Jules by name today, Jack, and said Gamma again when your mother came to visit." "Mother came again today?" "Yes," Anne laughed happily. "That's the second time this week. She can't get enough of these children of ours. Who ever would have thought it? Really, Jack, she's a different person in spite of living with those two men of hers. It seems the happier she gets, the grumpier the two of them get. Why do you think that is?" "I can't say, because it absolutely makes no sense. They love their unhappiness and pretty much always have. But mother was right there with them at one time, so it's possible to change if you've a mind to. Maybe they'll catch on some day, maybe not. They are the ones losing in a big way. There are none so wretched as those who love being wretched. Those two old men are so set in their ways it doesn't enter their sensibility. There is another way." "What about James? How's he doing?" Jack questioned as he turned to watch the boy carefully placing blocks on top of each other. "Not a word," Anne answered softly. "I keep thinking Lily's talking will bring his back, but not a sound except when he laughs or cries." Jack had handed Lily to Anne and was now on the floor with the silent little boy, helping him steady the blocks until his tower at last tumbled in a heap. "Well, buddy, that was a marvelous tower. Time to eat now." The two of them were laughing as Jack brought James to the table. For 2 weeks, the stalemate between Jack and Jules continued, until Anne exclaimed one morning as Jack was leaving for the mill, "This has to end, Jack Anorey. You take care of it, and do it today. It's not right for two brothers to be acting this way, and you know it as sure as I do." "I hear you, Annie. I'll see what I can do." With that, Jack was out the door and soon at the mill, automatically engaged in his daily chores, the same dull routine he did each day, loading bags of milled flour onto a trolley already covered with a fine layer of dust from the milled grain. A shrill scream from outside stopped Jack in his tracks. Racing to the open mill doorway, Jack spotted two little girls who were still shrieking, their pigtails bouncing behind them as they were racing up the path. The miller's hearty yells followed the girls. "Never come back to this here mill pond. It takes that dragon a few minutes to get to Dragonville, and the two of you will make tasty morsels for the beast that eats bad children like you." Jack stiffened in the doorway, taking in the situation, memories of his own childhood fears flooding his mind. Slowly, Jack untied his leather apron, dropped it on the wooden mill floor, and strode out of the mill house. He didn't look to the right or to the left, or even seem to hear the miller yelling, "Jack! Jack, get back here! Where do you think you're going?" Jack resolutely marched straight to the town of Dragonville, where he found Jules shoeing a fine black mare. Jules looked up as a shadow passed over him, then froze at the sight of Jack with fire in his eyes, who merely looked Jules in the eye and nodded his head before he proceeded back towards the mill pond and his home. Jules dropped the hot horseshoe he'd been hammering into a bucket of water, where it sizzled to cold. Racing after Jack, he also never looked back, though the shocked blacksmith's shouts were following after him. When the men entered their home, Anne turned from washing dishes to see the two of them, grim-faced and resolute. "It's time," she gasped as she ran to Jack's arms and he held her close. Jules' arms went around the two of them, and when the embrace ended, they each turned to the task at hand without another word. By noon, it was the talk of the stunned villagers in the hamlet that Jack and Jules and Anorey had galloped off that morning on matching black stallions, both with their swords shining at their sides, and they had gone in the one direction no one ever traveled, directly towards Dragon Mountain. Upon hearing the rumor, Mary and Anorey had rushed to Jack's house to find Anne rocking both children, holding them each close, doing her best to choke a tune for them. "It's true, then?" Mary cried upon taking in the scene before her. "They've gone to Dragon Mountain, those two crazy sons of mine? They've really gone and done it? No, please tell me it's not so. Old Sedgwick says he thinks they've planned it for years, but it can't be true. Oh, Anne, tell me it's not." The two children began wailing at the sound of their grandmother's distraught voice, and Anne tried calming them. "Oh, my dear, I'm sorry," Mary exclaimed as she rushed to take James from Anne's lap. Now, she soothed. "Gammy's here and everything's okay. Your daddy and Uncle Jules will be back soon, little one. Yes, they will." Glancing at Anne with a plea in her eyes, Anne assured her, "You're right, Mother Mary. They will be back. They are mighty dragon slayers, the likes this village has never seen before. They have a great decoy plan, and they will return in triumph. Mark my words." Chapter 26, Thwarted. Jack and Jules rode steadily the rest of the day, the two magnificent black stallions in perfect stride, proudly carrying their riders as though they too knew this was their destiny. As evening approached, they reached their destinations, the horses carefully climbing a rocky mountainside, all the while their riders alert for any sign of the dragon. Near the top, the two men dismounted, leaving their steeds, and continued on foot to the mountain top. It was a quiet and solemn place, strewn with many stones and small clumps of yellowing grasses. They found themselves overlooking a small valley, and in the side of the wall of the mountain across the valley was an opening to a large cavern. The valley was very bleak, some of the earth blackened, the valley littered with boulders, rusty sword blades, and corroded suits of old armor. Jack and Jules overlooked the valley in sober and silent awe, when a rumbling, shuffling sound came from the cavern. As the men began to retreat from the mountain edge, the child-eating monster came into clear view, and they both froze. The dragon emerged from the cavern as the setting sun reflected in the glinting plates covering him, causing the dragon's hide to blaze into a rosy spectacle. As a rainbow of color gleamed from the dragon's back, Jack felt a stab of pity that a creature so beautiful could be so very bad at the same time. Shaking these thoughts from his mind, Jack strode onto a ledge overlooking the valley, putting himself in the dragon's view. Certain he was still out of range of the river of fire the dragon could launch their way. "Child eater!" Jack yelled, his voice echoing in the twilight. "I am Jack, the dragon slayer. I claim your mountain, and I'm here to put an end to you for good. You will eat no more children. Your reign of terror and fear is at an end." Jack held his sword high, mirroring the rays of the setting sun, sending stabbing gleams of light the dragon's way. The dragon was staring straight at Jack, his old eyes glinting. Then they flared to fire, his great back arched and his wings snapped the still air, as though he were going to explode from the ground that very moment, launching himself straight at his attackers. Jack's heart almost stopped, as he thought there would be no great decoy plan after all. The heat of that fateful moment burned between the dragon and his would-be slayer. With another snap of his wings, the fire in the dragon's eyes dimmed. Then, with a nod and an ominous rumble, the dragon backed himself into the cavern's entrance and disappeared from view. "Jack, what were you thinking?" gasped Jules when the rumbles from the cavern had grown very faint. "It just seemed the right thing to do at the moment," Jack muttered, his heart still racing. "Maybe you could say I wasn't thinking all that deeply, but what's done is done. He knows we're here, and he knows we know he's here. So we have to trust it's a good thing. It can't be changed, so we have to trust that, Jules." "He's huge, Jack," Jules now gasped. "I didn't expect him to be so large. How are we going to manage this, Jack?" Jack gave his brother a grim smile as the two of them made their way down the other side of the mountain to where they had left Castor and Pollux. "He's no larger than when I saw him on Mount Baldy. I know what I'm up against, Jules, and the plan will work. We're here, brother, and we're going to succeed. I feel good. The old demon has a night to worry before he comes out to see his last day. This is no ordinary battle. This is a plan of strategy he's never come across. It will work." Having returned to their horses, Jack observed, "Let's take them back down this mountain and set up camp near the stream. No need for them to stay in this desolate place." As they grasped the horses' dangling reins, both noticed the other's trembling hands, causing them to laugh. "It was close, wasn't it? I'm really wondering what I was thinking myself. Well, we've lived to tell of our first meeting with a real live dragon, Jules. Not many men can say that, can they?" Jules shook his head, and they made their way down the mountainside, choosing an alcove near a small tumbling brook for a campsite. Eating a cold supper, they rolled themselves into their blankets, sleeping as best they could, then rising in the black of night to prepare for the great decoy plan. So it was, before the sun's first ray of golden light illuminated the sky, Jack was not to be seen. He was a rock in the valley, right in the path the dragon would have to take to reach the decoy, Jules, who was in position on the ledge at the top of the mountain, waiting for the dragon to emerge from his lair. As the morning wore on without a trace of the dragon, Jules began yelling from the mountain top, enticing the dragon to come out of his hole and fight. Jack kept coming out from under his cloak to move his limbs, stretching his muscles, before melting back into the landscape, a rock on the valley floor. Each time Jules marveled that his brother would disappear from view, a chameleon under the cloak. But the dragon whose doom was imminent never emerged that day. At last, when twilight had come and gone, Jack came out from under his cloak and the two dragon slayers returned to their campsite. "Oh, what a day," Jules remarked in a dejected voice. "We've got to build a small fire tonight and have some hot tea. My throat needs it from all the yelling. What do you think he's planning? Why wouldn't he come out? Does he think we're going to go away if he waits long enough?" "I've no idea," Jack replied with a smile at all Jules' questions. "But we're going to be more prepared tomorrow in case it happens again. There's a little crevice under the boulder I'm by, and I'm going to stow a few biscuits and more water there. The heat is awful, and by the looks of it, we need to find some cooling herbs and make something to protect you from the sun, Jules. You need more than a hat." After their supper, in the dark of night, Jack and Jules drug a few leafy branches up the mountain to Jules' ledge, constructing a makeshift lean-to for protection from the blaring sun. "Let's hope you don't need this, that the old devil will come out first thing and we'll be on our way home before we know it," Jack remarked as they stood back to survey their work, then made their way back to camp. It was still dark when they arose from a short night's sleep, both excited and anxious for the new day to dawn. They quietly took their places, ready to put the great decoy plan into effect. Once the sun rose, the day again passed with no response from the dragon. "If we hadn't seen him, I'd say he didn't exist and wasn't even here," Jules wailed, frustrated beyond words at the dragon's unexpected strategy. "You think there's a back way out of there and he's long gone? Have you thought of that, Jack?" "I've wondered that myself, Jules, but he's there. I can feel him. He's there. I know it, and I know he knows I feel him. We've had this connection a long time, but to be this close, it's even greater. The only thing is, I can't figure how he thinks or why he's not coming out. We'll try again tomorrow. He has to come out someday, and when he does, we'll be waiting. We waited years to come here, Jules. What's a few more days?" "Well, now, when you put it that way, I guess you're right. We're here and we have a job to do, and in the end, it will get done. Why are you taking this direction, Jack?" "There's a rabbit path through here, so I set a trap last night." "How's this look, Jules? Roast rabbit for dinner." Jack laughed, removing the animal from his trap and carefully resetting it. In much better humor, the two returned to their campsite and filled their bellies with roast rabbit, hot tea, and a salad of tender greens, which lifted their spirits considerably. As they lay in their bedrolls gazing at the fiery silver pinpricks of light in the sky, Jules remarked, "Tomorrow could be our day. Jack, our finest hour. It's getting closer. I can feel it." Chapter 27. Plans Don't Always Go as Planned. Days later, Jack and Jules both stretched in their bedrolls, then arose with a simultaneous groan. Automatically going into their breakfast routine, Jules commented, "At least the clouds are gone. 2 days of standing in the rain makes baking in the sun look like a downright wonderful thing." Jack nodded as he continued with his stretching exercises, warming his muscles and limbering his stiff body. Jules made his way to the stream, filling a pot with water, which he placed over a small fire. As the two of them ate a meager breakfast, Jules remarked, "Bless Anne in making us pack for a small army instead of just the two of us. Even at that, we're to the end of the biscuits this very day. Then what, Jack?" "Rabbit and more rabbit, Jules. But I've a feeling this day is going to write the rest of our story. I felt it all through the night. The beast is coming out today. This is it, brother." The grimness in Jack's voice had a ring of certainty that Jules had grown to trust. No doubt his brother was right on the mark. "Well, today it is, then. We're as ready as two men can be, and don't we know it? No telling how the village is holding up, considering we left and never came back. So, on this, the seventh day, the beast finally will come out to meet his match and seal his fate. I'm thinking he sensed it all along, that this is the end for him," Jack responded. "Even at that, he knows he has to come out, and today he will do just that. Let's get going, little brother. We've a job of a lifetime to do." The two men intently made their way up the mountainside in the gloom of the pre-dawn light. Jules watched on his ledge as Jack cautiously crept down the mountain's far side into the barren valley, stowed his water and biscuits in the rock's crevice, then huddled under his earth-colored cloak, melting into the landscape. The sun's rays now illuminated the valley, casting a golden sheen on the newness of the day, and began warming the air and drying the earth of the drenching rain it had received the past 2 days. As the morning progressed, Jack came out from under his cloak, taking a deep drink from his water gourd, then stretching and limbering his muscles. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the cave, and Jack was soundlessly a rock on the ground, a rock whose heart was hammering within. His right hand grasped the familiar hilt of his sword, and he willed himself to breathe quietly and deeply as he waited. This wasn't child's play. This was a moment he'd lived and practiced years for. Jules, his heart beating like a drum, leapt to the ledge's edge, sword in hand, prepared to begin his role as the decoy of the trap. The great decoy plan was truly occurring after all these years. Then, from the cavern, the dragon slowly emerged, a huge and massive adversary. Jules began hollering to attract the dragon's attention, brandishing his sword, sending stabbing flashes of light into the dragon's direction. "So, there you are, you child-eating beast! Come meet your fate! I'm Jules, the dragon slayer, and this is your last day." Under the cloak of invisibility, Jack went over the routine he'd practiced for years. One fluid jump up from under the cloak, a turn in mid-air, and then the sword going up, right into the only vulnerable spot on the dragon's breast. He had that smooth movement down perfectly, like a beautifully orchestrated dance. He could do it with his eyes closed. He was as ready as he ever would be, and confidence swelled with every deep breath. He could feel the trembling of the earth as the dragon approached, coming closer to where he lay. Every muscle was tensed and ready. He could hear Jules' hoarse voice screaming, enticing the baby-eating dragon to battle. Then the shadow of the dragon passed over Jack, and his moment was there. It was time. Right then, as Jack began his beautifully practiced leap, an unforeseen calamity occurred that qualified as a major catastrophe in every way. Jack surged from under the invisibility cloak at the perfect split second, his long sword sharp and ready. Somehow, in his hurry to slip back into his hiding place, he had not placed the cloak as precisely as he always did. Now it caught and tangled around his feet, and the massive leap with the mid-air turn that Jack had practiced to perfection did not happen at that most crucial moment. Jack fell back onto the earth, and faster than can be told, he had kicked the traitor's cloak from his feet and righted himself. No nightmare had been this bad. He could hear a scream of agony from Jules on the ledge, and a black wave of sorrow swept through Jack's heart. Sorrow that Jules would witness his almost certain, imminent, and dreadful fate. Chapter 28. Hope springs eternal. Mother Mary had not gone home the day Jack and Jules rode to Dragon Mountain. "They know where I am," she had told Anne, referring to Jasper and Sedgwick. "If they want me, they know where they can find me. Besides, you can use my help." She had nodded at the disarray left in the hurried packing for Jules and Jack's trip to Dragon Mountain. Anne gave her mother-in-law a grateful smile, and the two of them worked together, tidying, washing, and cleaning, all the while their minds caught with their own thoughts of the journey Mary's only sons had embarked on. Sleep found neither of them until they both arose, sipped tea together, and watched the rays of the sun slip up over the faraway mountain top. Little James and Lily were unusually silent and sober, following their grandmother and mother wherever they went, Lily on the crawl and James quietly watching over her. "Oh, they're such good children," Mary exclaimed as she leaned on the rake she'd been using to clean the flower beds, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Look how he watches over her, and only 3 years old. You've got yourself two golden little ones, Anne, whether he ever speaks or not." "That I do, Mary, and don't I know it," Anne sighed as she loaded the debris into a wheelbarrow. Gazing into the sky, she noted, "Noon has come and gone. Time for us to find a bite to eat. We've worked the morning away, the two of us." Both turned in the direction of Dragon Mountain as they had all morning, but it lay silent in the distance, giving no indication of the battle that was to be fought any moment, if it hadn't already occurred. Biting her lip, Anne lifted Lily from the blanket under the oak. "Time to change you, baby. Come on, James, let's find us something to eat." The group had only washed up for a late lunch when there was a tapping at the door. Rushing to open it, Anne found the old miller and his wife with a basket in her hand. "I made one of my special meat pies for you," she declared, lifting the cloth cover to expose a beautifully browned pie in the basket. "Thought you could be using some company, so here we are." "Well, my, please come in," Anne responded as she ushered them into her home. Both gazed at the orderly home inside, the miller gasping, "Well, now, you've done an amazing job on this place. I think you got the best of the deal after all, by the looks of it. I'd say you outdid me when it came to bargaining. First time in my life I've ever made such a statement." "Thank you, Mr. Miller. I know Jack will be pleased you finally came to see the work he's done on our home," Anne murmured, indicating for them to have a seat.
"If he comes back," the miller snorted, then instantly grew deep red. "Well, of course he will," he stammered. "We hope," he added.
"My sons will be back before you know it," declared Mary. For a moment there was an uneasy silence, interrupted by another knock at the door. An astonished Anne once again rushed to the door to find more people from the town, a group of them who had come together bringing food. This was the beginning of a pattern that lasted 5 days. All work had stopped in Dragonville. The villagers were holding their breath from day to day, anxiously awaiting the return of their own, and young boys were set up as spotters on the outskirts of town to give the first notice of Jack's and Jules' return. It was on the 5th day that Jasper and Sedgwick and Anorey came for the first time to Jack's house by the mill pond. They were welcomed so warmly and dearly by Anne and Mary alike that both men grew teary-eyed. As the long day wore to an end with no sign of the dragon slayers, Jasper hesitantly made a suggestion. "Anne, how do you feel about you and the children coming home with us until the boys come back? Stay with us until then. How about that?" It was a peace offering Anne couldn't refuse. Gratefully she nodded her head, while Mary exclaimed, "Jasper, it's a wonderful idea. We'll take them home with us. I'll help you get a few things together, Anne. Here,
Jasper, you hold Lily. In any other circumstances, Anne would have laughed outright at the picture of Jasper holding his little red-haired granddaughter, constantly smoothing down her hair, for even though it had grown, it still rebounded its chick-like appearance. Oh, Jack, I wish you were here to see this. You will, and what a wonderful surprise it will be. These two men part of our lives again. Please come home soon. The 6th and 7th days were spent in town at the Anorey house, days that seemed as long as all the other days put together. The town was still at a standstill, people coming in and out of the Anorey house, bringing food, talking in hushed voices, as though they were at a funeral. With the approach of evening of the 7th day, Anne asked Mother Mary if she would watch the children. "I just need to get out for a bit, take a walk," she explained. As soon as she was outside, her first reaction was to search far away Dragon Mountain with her eyes, but it lay in distant silence with no tale to tell. With no destination in mind, she found herself at the alcove, where years ago she and Jack had sat together, dangling their feet into the cold waters of the stream. Sitting on the smooth rock, memories of days long ago filled her mind, all of them laced with the sweetness of the love she had always carried in her heart for Jack. The thoughts that kept trying to surface all these long days without him were too horrible to be held for long, and she had constantly pushed any unhappy thought from her mind. Of course he was coming back. He and Jules would kill the dragon, and they would be back any day now. But here it was the 7th day since they had left, and there was not a glimmer of a sign of them. For the first time since they left, she wept in agony at what might have happened, a keening wail escaping from deep inside. "Oh, my!" she gasped. "Anne, Anorey, you must stop this, and now. You can't give up hope. You can't let Jack down and give up hope, thinking the dragon's got the best of him. It's not possible. I believe in you, Jack. I believe in you and Jules, too. Of course I do." It was dark when she walked through the silent streets of the town into the sad and somber Anorey house. She walked in with red, swollen eyes and a smile, which lit the grim room. Jamie came running to his mother, and she pulled him into her arms, exclaiming, "It's okay, Jamie boy. Mommy's back, and Daddy and Uncle Jules are coming back soon. It's been a long time, but every day gets us one closer to the day they will be back with us." Jasper and Sedgwick shook their heads in sorrow, and even Mary sighed as tears coursed down her cheeks, each one watching the scene before them with deep and profound pity. Chapter 29. Amazing and More. Though Jack's crucial element of surprise was gone, he had instantly sprung back into place, as the dragon was right there. What's more, Jack knew the dragon was now aware that Jack was there too. Then, to make matters worse, Jack became aware that Jules had clambered from the ledge and was clawing his way down the hillside, even though he had sworn if the plan went wrong, he would never do just that. Jack could hear Jules' wild scramble down the hillside, even as he was still yelling to attract the dragon's attention away from Jack, who was now staggering under the huge frame of the dragon, desperately searching for the dragon's Achilles heel, that soft spot he had seen on Mount Baldy. There it was, a sight on the dragon's breast that had no hard, shining scale to cover and defend it, a pulsing, tender, thin-skinned hole in the dragon's armor. This was it. Jack's moment had come, but even in the knowing of that, there was a deadly awareness that a blasting rain of fire could end Jack at any instant. for the dragon's full attention was resting on Jack, not on anything the decoy Jules was doing. With this realization, a scream escaped Jack's throat, a scream of vengeance so mighty he wondered where the sound came from. This was his moment, frozen in time, the moment he had lived his life for. But even as the warrior's scream echoed in the valley, Jack was hit. Although he was not hit by a searing, burning blast of fire, drops of salty, wet water were falling from the sky, and then a raspy voice commanded from above, "Do it. You have the sword. Do it now." Baffled and amazed, Jack looked up and saw those old dragon eyes leaking and dripping salty dragon tears. Stunned, Jack managed to stammer, "Do what?" At this question, the dragon arched himself so that vulnerable heart spot was exposed, perfectly accessible to Jack's long, sharp sword. Jack immediately understood, and it was decision time for Jack. Even as this dumbfounding event happened, Jules had fallen in his mad scramble down the hillside and rolled until he crashed into a giant boulder, the lights knocked out of him. When he came to, Jules struggled to pick his dazed self off the ground, immediately searching for his brother. His deep groans turned into a gasp of astonishment when he unbelievably saw his brother, Jack, drop his sword, pick up the cloak at his feet, and start patting the dragon's eyes with it. As Jules limped closer, he heard the most astounding words coming from Jack, the dragon slayer, who obviously wasn't anymore and never would be. Jack was saying, Now, stop that crying. It can't be good for a fire-breathing dragon to cry. Look at the smoke coming out. It's not healthy at all. There, come on now. It's okay. Really it is. I'm not going to harm you. I had no idea, and I'm stunned by what you've told me. Truly stunned." Jules, watching, was more than stunned himself. What was Jack talking about, and what was going on? Jules painfully sank to the ground and just stared. It was too much, totally weird and unbelievable. Jules was trembling, his body banged and bruised, a huge knot throbbing on his head, and there was Jack speaking to a deadly dragon as though it could talk. He was patting a gigantic dragon that was sniffling and snuffling. His brother was using the invisibility cloak like a huge kerchief, sopping up tears, patting the dragon's nose like it was some kind of pet. And there was his sword lying right in the dirt. Transfixed, Jules sat and tried to make sense of what he saw. Somehow, his brother Jack the Dragon Slayer had turned into Jack the Dragon's friend. In a daze, Jules took in this incredible scene and conversation. Then Jack turned from the dragon, searching for Jules, and motioned for him to approach, which Jules haltingly did. Removing his sword from its scabbard, Jules laid it on a stone, an act of faith on his part, before closing the gap between himself and Jack and the immense dragon. "This is my brother Jules," Jack said politely. "And this, my brother, is a dragon that has never eaten a man baby in his life." "Well, who knew?" Jules managed to stammer, even as he falteringly managed, "Never dreamed I'd be saying something so out of the ordinary. But I can only say it's nothing short of amazing to be meeting you." Jules stared at the dragon's wise old eyes. Then he turned to Jack with a bewildered and questioning gaze. "Jack, you're talking like this dragon can talk?" At this, the dragon gave a chuckle and answered, "Yes, sir, a dragon that talks. I learned your speech a few hundred years ago. but haven't employed it for a good many years now. I'm quite impressed with how it's all come back to me, no problem at all after all this time." "Oh, my word, a dragon that talks!" Jewel exclaimed. "Who would have ever dreamed this? Not I in a million years." "Who would have ever dreamed any of this?" Jack echoed beside him. "Jules, did you see what happened? This guy offered his heart to end his life right here and right now. If the cloak hadn't stopped me, the plan would have worked to perfection, and we'd have missed out on the most miraculous conversation of a lifetime. Did you get what I said, Jules? This guy has never eaten a man baby in his life, much less even seen one. He's no baby eater or child killer. He's the last of his breed, alone on this mountain for more years than he can count." Jules gazed at the dragon with questioning eyes, and the dragon solemnly shook his head that this was so. "Lonely?" Jules exclaimed. "That's a lonely life if I ever heard it. Not one of your kind anywhere?" "I've gone on searches, taken travels to faraway places where we once existed, and there's none but me," the dragon soberly responded. "I'm it, and then there'll be no more." The two brothers sighed at the same time, even as Jack reached a comforting hand to the dragon's snout, tenderly patting him, saying, "It would have been a black mark on us both to have killed the last of a species on this planet, though I guess if we had, we'd have never known you were the last one." Jules now reached out a hand to stroke the dragon, then stood back to gaze upward at the huge bulk of the beast which loomed over them. "Well, this qualifies as the most astounding and amazing day of my life, bar none. No one can come up with the equal of this, and that's something I'm sure of. What do we do now, Jack? Where do we go from here?" Jack looked to the dragon. "You're a mighty dragon, and you've lived centuries. I'm not getting why you offered your heart to end it all, why you'd want to leave when you're the last of the last. Is there nothing worthwhile you'd like to stay for until you go naturally?" At this, the dragon gave a snort. "Naturally for a dragon is by the hands of a dragon slayer, the likes of you two. So it was my intention to go naturally. Your plan, by the way, was superb, splendid to say the least. I'm most impressed with your strategy." "You can thank Jack for that," Jules informed the dragon. "You're looking at the mastermind of the great decoy plan in my brother Jack. Here, me being the decoy. Well, it was brilliant in every way," the dragon complimented them. Then they stood in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. "In answer to your question of before, Jules, I'm thinking we need to do some more planning in a whole new kind of way," Jack now remarked. "How about we go over the hill to our camp and talk it over? Sound good to you?" he asked, turning to the dragon. "I think we should go first so we can tie Castor and Pollux, being they'll bolt if a dragon comes upon them," Jules declared. The dragon readily agreed, and once the horses had been secured, the dragon came soaring over the hill, gliding into a landing near the stream. Castor and Pollux neighed in terror, with Jules and Jack calming and soothing them. The dragon commented, "Now there's a nice meal I wouldn't mind indulging in," as he gave the two black steeds a look of hungry approval. "Not to worry, I'm not going to indulge," he laughed at their concern. "You're looking at a reformed dragon, actually. I've been a new breed for over 20 years now, and I'm saying I like the change in myself. It all happened when the last dragon slayers came to kill me, two of them together. I put the one out in short order and sent a stream of fire at the other that knocked him off the edge of the mountain. I was in a black rage, and I went over the mountain to make sure he was finished too. I found him on a ledge, knocked unconscious with terrible burns. Something about him was so like the human who taught me your language, I couldn't go through with ending him. My teacher was my only human friend, and it all came back to me what it was like to have a friend. The man was so vulnerable, and right then and there I had a change of heart. I picked him up gently as I could and wedged him into a crevice at the bottom of the mountain where he'd be safe through the night. I watched over him all the way home, keeping wild animals away as he was unarmed and in a bad way with the sickness from the burn. That's the last a slayer came until you men, and I always thought it was because of my change of heart. I've been watching over your village all these years, keeping wolves and wild animals from your flocks, which are pretty tasty meals themselves. The wolves, I mean. I felt good about it. The best I've felt in so many years, I can't tell it. So this past week, knowing you were out there and thinking I was still horribly bad, that's when I decided to just let it go, end it all, and be done with it.
Jack and Jules were flabbergasted at the dragon's story.
You saved the alarmist? You saved our grandfather? His name's Sedgwick Anorey, and he's our father's father. All this time he thought he fell into that cranny, but that wasn't it at all. If he'd been more rational, he'd have realized there was no way he could have fallen all the way down that mountain into that crevice without dying. It was impossible. Nope, I'm the one who put him there, and it was a good thing. It felt real good doing a good thing. Even a dragon can figure that one out. Well, I'll be, both men murmured at the same time, their eyes shining at this amazing and kindly creature. The mystery of the wolves is solved too, Jack laughed out loud. We have a dragon watching over us like some huge angel all these years and never knew it. Don't know about me being an angel, the dragon commented, but that's the way it is. As for now, those horses are looking better every minute, and I think I need to excuse myself and get something to eat. It's been days and I'm famished. If you'll excuse me, I'll be back in a few hours. Of course, they both responded, bowing with deep respect to the great dragon as he turned and launched himself into the air, flying low over the trees, disappearing into the distance. For a long time the two men stood in silence, trying to assimilate all that had happened. Jules at last shook his head and broke the silence. Can you believe we bought into this all our lives? Can you believe it? Jack soberly replied, They taught us, and we never questioned it. No one did. They sincerely believed it, but it's been false a long time now, and people have suffered needlessly. How happy are we, Jules? We've found the truth. Our fear is gone, and we are free. Chapter 30. A New Plan. With the dragon's departure, Jack and Jules went into a deep consulting session as circumstances had changed dramatically. After going over pros and cons, they both arrived at the same conclusion. There was only one way that would be appropriate to solve the situation they now found themselves in. By the time the mighty dragon returned, his hunger satisfied, they found it almost evening, the time having flown as they reached their important conclusions. Since Jules was battered from his fall down the mountainside, Jack made his way back to his hiding place to retrieve his water gourd and biscuits. Jules limped through the forest gathering armloads of wood, while the dragon settled himself near the stream bed. Soon Jack returned with his provisions and 2 fine rabbits from his disassembled snare.
The dragon had watched the men with deep interest as they picked tender greens from along the stream banks, explaining they were to eat with their roast rabbit supper. When Jules began fanning sparks to make a fire, the dragon had laughed. "Move back, Jules. That's something I can manage. I used to do this for my friend a long time ago," he commented as he carefully sent a flame into the center of the wood, igniting it easily. "Whoa!" Jules exclaimed. "Now that's the way to start a fire." Once the rabbits were roasted to perfection, Jack said, "Throw more wood on, Jules. We can have a decent fire this night. We're heading home come morning." At this comment, the dragon gave a gigantic sigh, then laid his head on his front legs, his solemn eyes watching the men as they dined together under the stars that had begun to appear in the night sky. "It really is a beautiful thing, that fire," the dragon commented. "It's quite cozy to be here by a fire and just stare into the flames. Makes me feel happy for some reason." The two men smiled, for they too were caught in the camaraderie of the evening, leaning back, their bellies full of a good dinner, still both in awe at the change of heart the day had brought their way. "Well, now, we have a new idea we'd like to discuss with you before we roll in for the night," Jack addressed the dragon. "Jules and I think it's the only way to resolve the situation we have here, but it takes three to make the final agreement." Explaining their new idea to the dragon, he listened intently to all their explanation and reasoning. "Now, we don't want you to make a decision right now. Sleep on it. See how you feel come morning," Jack finished. Then, rolling into their blankets, Jack and Jules lay in the dark, orange embers of the fire glowing. They turned and grinned at each other, both bemused at the loud snores of their sleeping gigantic companion. Then they slept deeply and dreamlessly through the night, waking after the sun had risen. "I was wondering if you were going to sleep the day away," the dragon's voice echoed from above. "I left as quietly as I could and found myself a nice breakfast. I've considered your proposal and I'm all for it. You're looking at a dragon that never thought he'd see this day, so I'm ready for a change, as ready as I can be." "We're feeling good about it too," Jack assured him. "Let's get going, Jules." After a simple breakfast, the two men efficiently broke down their campsite, packed Castor and Pollux, then mounted their steeds, swords sheathed at their sides. The two horses stood at ease, even though the dragon was right there. "See that, Jules? Even they know a friend when they see one. This is going to work." Saluting the mighty dragon, Jack turned to Jules. "What a day this promises to be. Let's do it." The two men wheeled their horses and with light hearts began their extraordinary and triumphant return to Dragonville. Chapter 31. Uproar. Anne awoke with no recollection of where she was. For a moment she lay in the sheer silence in deep peace. When thoughts began to scramble in her mind, she bid them stop, just for a bit, as she savored the peace of that mindless moment. Soon enough, the thoughts broke through, bringing remembrance of the 7 days before, of her walk to the stream and the pall in the room when she had returned the night before. Now, here it was the 8th day since Jack and Jules had ridden away to Dragon Mountain. Lily was curled asleep beside her, but when she turned to check on James, he was not in the bed. "Oh, Jamie boy, you've done it again. Beat me out of my own bed," Anne murmured as she quickly dressed and quietly headed down the stairs, letting Lily sleep. At the landing, Anne stopped to survey the scene before her. Mary was setting dishes on the table, while Jasper was carrying James around the room, stopping at different objects and naming them aloud over and over. As Anne watched, Jasper sat to the table with James on his lap, slapping the wood of the table and saying, "Now this here's a table, 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 and this is a mug, mug, mug. And when you eat your mush, boy, it's with this here spoon, spoon, spoon." Mary was shaking her head with an indulgent smile as the lesson went on and on. Anne found herself smiling at the unbelievable rapport that had developed between Jasper, Sedgwick, and James the past 2 days. The little boy would gaze at them with his big brown eyes, taking in every word, but no sound came from him, which only increased their continuing lessons in trying to help him to talk again. "Good morning," Anne spoke as she entered the kitchen. "I see lesson time has begun early today."
"I think it's getting through to him, don't you agree, Mary?"
Jasper questioned.
"It's getting through to me, if nothing else," Mary responded. "But you keep on working with him, as I think it's doing him good. Come sit down, Anne, and I'll bring you tea."
"No need," Anne responded. "I'll help with breakfast and we can all sit down together." The two women were soon working companionably together when old Sedgwick entered the kitchen and questioned, "Where's the baby? She up yet?" "Still sleeping," Anne responded with a smile, watching the old man move towards the staircase, going to find Lily. "I don't know how I'm going to manage when I go back home." Anne turned to Mary. "Lily's going to expect to be held every minute, thanks to these men, and James will be wanting me to name every stick in the house." Mary and Anne both laughed together, the first such moment they experienced in a good long time. Just then, a knock came upon the kitchen door, and as they turned to the sound, Ambrose entered the kitchen with such a solemn and forlorn expression on his face. Anne and Mary exclaimed in unison, "What is it?" Sedgwick had just come down the stairs with Lily, licking his hand and patiently smoothing down her fine red hair, when he took in the scene before him, and his old face crumpled as he cried out, "Oh, no!" With downcast eyes, Ambrose addressed them all. "I'm the bearer of bad news, and it's sorry I am to have to tell you. But I saw him for myself, and there's no doubt about it. The dragon's alive and well, for I saw him early this morning fly off that damned mountain. I'm thinking our boys are gone, and the dragon has taken our very best. It's all I can figure." Now he was looking straight at the group in front of him. "I'm sorry, sorrier than I can say," he gasped. The blood drained from Anne's face at the hearing of Ambrose's news, and she sunk onto a chair, wordless. Jamie slipped away from Jasper and climbed onto his mother's lap, wrapping his arms around her neck, burying his head in her shoulder. Mary had also collapsed onto a kitchen chair, and the silence in the room was heavier than an anchor, as each person took in the implications of Ambrose's announcement. Tears began slipping down Mary's pale cheeks, even as her heart-rending moan broke the silence. Then came a wail from outside the house, as the door flew open, and there stood Bertha Edger, wild-eyed, shrieking, "Now, see what that no-account husband of yours has done? He's brought destruction on this village and on our mountain. The whole area is damned thanks to him and his idiot brother. You see what you've gone and done, Anne and Anorey, encouraging them in their dreams of conquering a living, breathing dragon." Behind them were other voices of townspeople, all in an uproar at what this would mean to their village. The blacksmith was at the head of the group, barging into the kitchen and pushing past the Edgers. "Now, see here, Jasper,
I'm sorry about the loss of your two boys, but we've got other things to consider right now, and that's the safety of this here village. We need you to sound the alarm, Sedgwick, and we need it now. We've got to fortify this village, get our women and children into the cellars, and prepare for an angry dragon who could be heading our direction right now, for all we know.
The cacophony of voices, all in a similar agreement and mode, soon filled the tiny house, all a far cry from the kind and caring neighbors that had been visiting them the past week, looking at the three other Anoreys who were being bombarded with the shrill doomsayers, and could see they seemed so lost in their personal grief they couldn't yet respond to the situation at hand. Loosening Jamie's arms, Anne carefully placed him on the floor. Holding his hand, she arose, and in a low voice she began speaking. Every word she had to say was lost in the carrying on of all the hysterical voices shouting at once. Still, Anne continued to talk with flashing eyes, but still in a low and modulated voice.
What's that? What's that you're saying? Shrilled Bertha,
and the crowd hushed as Anne spoke again. If Jack and Jules are gone for good, then it is for good that they are gone for. You can always keep that in mind. They went for the good of all of you with the highest and best of intent. They went so this village could be free of the fear and terror that has made it such a miserable and wretched place to live all your lives. They caught on a long time ago they could be happy right here and now, and they stopped living in fear of the dragon on that mountain. Still, they want to set every one of you free, even though they had freed themselves of the wretchedness you all seem to thrive on. That's it then. If they're gone, they're gone. But you can always know they are gone for the good of this village. Then she turned to Sedgwick. If you must, then sound the alarm. Sedgwick's pale blue eyes blinked, going from Anne to Jasper and Mary, little Lily still in his arms, silent, her blue eyes wide. With a trembling hand, the old man reached under his shirt and pulled the cord with his alarmist whistle from around his neck. With it dangling in his outstretched hand, he placed it into the hand of the blacksmith. There you go, Harry. Sound the alarm. Get the village into the cellars. Do what you think you must do. I'm handing this over to you, lad. It's all yours. Jasper strode to his father's side, clapped him on the back, and then leaped to the door, holding it open with a bow indicating the way out. Bertha's raucous, "Well, I never!" was interrupted by Jasper sternly telling her, "Save it for outside. We've heard enough of it in here, so you take it with you. No more of this in my house, not ever." As the angry crowd dispersed and the shrill sound of the whistle began shrieking through the streets of the village, Aunt Liz and Myrna pushed themselves through the crowd to the Anorey house, both with tears in their eyes. "Oh, Mary, your two boys!" cried Liz, embracing her sister, then throwing her arms around Anne. In a daze, Anne sank back onto the kitchen chair, cuddling James on her lap. Looking at the group around her, she quietly told them, "The town's going crazy out there with that alarm going. You all can take up shelter. Do what you must." Ambrose had re-entered the kitchen in time to hear Anne's statement. Putting his arms around Myrna and Liz, he stated, "We're going nowhere. We're where we belong, right here with you. Now what can we do to help?" Chapter 32, Magic and Miracles. "If I hear that whistle one more time, I think I'm going to take it from Harry and grind it into bits," old Sedgwick declared, banging his cup on the table.
Dad blamed thing gets pretty damn irritating if I do say so myself, and he hasn't stopped blowing it all morning."
Myrna managed a wan smile at the old man's outburst, which was the first words that had been spoken since Jasper and Ambrose had left to check on what was happening in the town. Just then the door opened and a grim-faced Jasper returned to give his report.
"They're all staying in their cellars. Everyone's on alert. The catapults are loaded and nothing's happening. Not a glimpse of the dragon. They're in a state of panic, though, and can't be reasoned with. Ambrose is trying to calm them down, but it's as bad as it can get," he finished sadly.
Not a word greeted his report until Liz broke the silence. "Sit here by Mary, and I'll make you a cup of hot tea." Her eyes were swimming with tears, and she went to the stove to prepare his tea, hands trembling as she poured hot water over the tea leaves. An uneasy silence hung like a black curtain over the room, each person lost in their own personal gloom. "Well, I'm thinking the dragon may never come," Anne's quiet voice declared, breaking the long silence as she rose from her chair. "Sedgwick fought him and lived to tell about it. He never attacked this village in all these years." Her voice gained momentum. "It took you over a week to get back to the village. Think about it. They may be on their way, somehow themselves. We can't give up hope. We just can't. We can't all just keep sitting here when we don't know for sure. Just because the dragon is flying doesn't mean they're done for. You said it yourself, Sedgwick, that when all the village knew you were dead and gone, still your wife never gave up hope that you were coming back. And you did. We have to believe just like your dear wife did."
"Well," stammered old Sedgwick, his pale blue eyes blinking back tears, "that's a fact. You've got a mighty good point there. Here we are burying them in our minds when they could be coming back to us just like I did, and don't I know it?"
A little color had returned to his face as he spoke, the spark of hope bringing a gleam to his eyes.
"Hope's all we got at this moment. It kept my dear wife going, God rest her soul. And we can do the same. Yes, we can."
Little James had been sitting on Mary's lap, but he now slid to the floor and raced to his mother, buried his head in the front of her dress, and began sobbing his heart out. Anne slid to the floor and held him, while the child cried like she had never heard him cry before. Lily began crying hysterically in Myrna's arms at her brother's sobs, and this was a sound and scene that greeted Jack as he threw his parents' kitchen door open with Jules close behind him.
"What's this?" his voice boomed.
"Yeah," Jules' voice echoed behind him. "What's all the fuss and commotion about?" Jack strode to Anne and little James, encircling them in his arms, even as Jules took the howling baby from Myrna, then threw his arm around his mother, who looked as though she were going to faint dead away at the sight of the two of them. "Hey, Father," Jules smiled, giving Jasper a hug, which hadn't happened for as long as either of them could remember. Everyone in the room was crying now, gasping with questions, while Jack and Jules laughed with the joy of being there, seeing each person in a way they'd never seen them before. Jack was standing with a now silent Jamie in one arm, and his other arm around his sweet Anne, who had never looked dearer to him. "Here, Jamie boy, you be a big boy and stay here by Daddy while I take your little sister." Placing James on the floor, Jack took Lily from Jules, kissing her pink cheeks, declaring, "You grew this past week, little girl. Look at you." Lily was giggling as she babbled, "Dada, Dada," which brought happy laughter from them all. Now the questions began in earnest, and Jack and Jules grinned at each other, listening to the third degree flying their way. "All right, everyone, that's enough," Jack ordered. "I want you all to sit down. We do have a tale to tell, and it's like nothing you've ever heard before. Jules and I ordered the villagers out of the cellars and have called the alarm off. In fact, this belongs to you, grandfather." Jack smiled as he reached into his pocket and handed the alarmist his whistle. "How is it you weren't out there sounding the alarm yourself, grandfather?" "Well," declared the old man, "I didn't have the heart to do it, and that's a fact. I just didn't have the heart." With that, he placed the whistle around his neck, tucking it under his shirt before he was engulfed in a giant hug from his two grandsons. Then each of them kissed him, one on each cheek, and soon the good old man was blowing his nose in his kerchief and wiping new-found tears from his eyes, while the others watched the outburst of love with shining eyes. Little James went to Sedgwick's side with solemn brown eyes and silently patted the old man's hand, which brought more tears from the old man, even as he picked the boy up and placed him on his lap, bouncing him on his knee, declaring, "I'm okay, lad. Your old grandpop is just fine. No need to worry about me." Anne was watching all this scene with puzzled eyes. Jack, seeing her bewilderment, assured her, "It's fine, sweetheart. It really is." "I'm just not getting it," Anne gasped. "Ambrose saw the dragon this morning. This morning he was alive and flying, and now you and Jules are back and as happy as I've ever seen the two of you. What's the meaning of this? Something's just not right, but I can't see what it is." Jack and Jules were laughing now, even as Jules declared, "Annie, what you're not getting is that everything is right, righter than it has ever been in all the days of this village." The door opened just then, and Ambrose strode into the kitchen to report, "Everyone is out of their cellars, the catapults are unloaded and put away, and everyone's in the village square, just as you asked them to be." Now a grimmer expression crossed his face as he stated, "We also locked most of the weapons into the arsenal, just as you requested, Jack. It's all done, and I'm trusting you have a mighty good reason for it. The townspeople are in a general uproar, wondering what's going on." "Well, now," Jack turned to Jules, "I'm thinking it's time. What do you think, little brother?" "It's time, all right," Jules responded. "The truth is, it's high time. I'm thinking we might as well tell them all together. Don't you, Jack?" Jack now turned to Anne. "We do have a tale to tell, and it's up to you, sweetheart. Do you want us to tell the family first and then the village, or shall we tell you all at once? We're all in this together, so no need of repeating the same story. If the people are waiting in the village square, don't make them wonder any longer. We can all hear what you have to say together, as it involves each and every one of us." "That it does," Jack smiled, taking her hand. "Let's go then and get this tale told such that it is. Sound good to you, Jules?" Jack questioned, turning to his brother. "That it does," Jules exclaimed. "Let's do it." With that, Jack and Jules led the way out of the house, where Castor and Pollux were waiting, each enjoying a rub-down by two village boys assigned to the task. "That'll do, boys. Good job for now. The horses are going back to the village square with us. Here, mother, how about you ride Castor and Anne can ride Pollux?" "Me?" A very startled Mary gasped. "Why, I can't do that." "Sure you can, mother," Jack assured her, guiding her to the giant stallion and easily placing her on his back. "You look great up there, Ma, just like this horse was made for you," Jules declared. "Oh, you shush." Mary tried to sound stern, but the shining expression on her face belied any unhappiness. Anne jumped easily astride Pollux, and Jack placed James on the horse's back in front of her, where the boy sat straight and proud as the group moved toward the village square. Jack carried Lily walking in front of Pollux with Sedgwick by his side. Jules led Castor, Jasper by his side, and to the right of them were Ambrose, Liz, and Myrna. As the small band reached the assembly place, they could hear the noise of many voices, which calmed as they approached, the townspeople staring at the sight before them, the two magnificent black stallions shining in the sun, carefully carrying their passengers, with the two dragon slayers still intact, though the villagers were more than aware the dragon had not been slain. Jack and Jules helped the women dismount and led the group to seats on the raised dais facing the village square, which was the town's gathering place for any events of special significance. Behind the dais was a large meadow with a brook running through it, safeguarded as a natural location for town picnics and events. Castor and Pollux stood together on one side of the platform, facing the irate townspeople, two shining black guardians. The murmuring of the townspeople now grew into a rumble, Bertha and Thomas Edger's voice leading the pack in decibels. Jack calmed the crowd and announced, "Since Jules and I were boys in this town, we decided we would someday be the ones to slay the dragon on Dragon Mountain. We practiced for years. We had a great plan, and as you all know, over a week ago we left this village to do exactly that, to slay the dragon that haunts this village." Now Jack turned to Jules and nodded. "Your turn, brother." "It turns out Jack and I had to change the great plan we had and make a new plan, because nothing we found was as we expected. We learned to question everything, and above all else, we learned to keep an open mind. That's what we're asking you to do here today, to keep an open mind, because this village has lived in fear and ignorance long enough. It's time for a change, and that's what we've brought you today, a whole new way of living with nothing to fear." The two brothers now smiled with joy at the crowd, who were now calmed and hanging on every word, staring at them as though they had lost their minds. Still, they listened intently to the details of Jack's and Jules' amazing adventure, gasping out loud at the revelation of a talking dragon that was also a protector and champion of their village. When the dragon soared downward at the top of Mount Baldy, he was simply coasting on a river of air, enjoying himself a ride, unaware there were people there. The crowd's disbelief grudgingly was turned to a faint hope. This was truly so. Old Sedgwick was bedazzled at the disclosure of how the dragon had placed him in a crevice near the bottom of the mountain. "Well, guess it should have been obvious, come to think of it. But the truth is, I never thought of it, not once, until this very minute. Pretty dang obvious, though, when I do think of it," he kept exclaiming, shaking his head over and over as his whole life philosophy had just been turned upside down. Anne gently put her arm around the old man's shoulder and declared, "It's okay, Grandpop. Think of it this way. You might never have known. Now you know. How lucky are you?" Well, yes," he faltered, then gave a sudden chuckle. "Come to think of it, everything changed for me the day you and those two little uns came to our house. This is just more of that change, and I'm knowing it's a good thing." "Yes, Grandpop, it is. Truly it is a good, amazing, and very marvelous thing," Anne laughed. "Who would have ever in a million years guessed something so unbelievable? Not I." The amazement in the townspeople's conversations was halted by Bertha Edger, pushing her way to the dais and shouting,
You gonna believe this fairy tale these two Anorey boys are feeding you? It's all a lie. A ball of yarn that's meant to pull the wool over your eyes and keep it there. You can live in a make-believe peace until the day the dragon comes and burns this town to ashes. Then it'll be everlasting too late. A few voices concurred in gloomy agreement, a low murmur rising in the crowd. The miller jumped to the dais then and hauled Bertha Edgar down with him, declaring, "Jack and Jules are no boys. They're some of the best men this village has, decent and honorable in every sense of the word. You take yourself back up your mountain if you can't speak in a decent way. We owe a debt of gratitude to these men, and you're not going to belittle what they've done, Mrs. Edgar, not at all." Well, now," Bertha huffed, rushing to Thomas, looking for his aid. But seeing the crowd's disagreement, he held his peace, hushing his outspoken wife with a snarl. Jack once again calmed the crowd, reassuring them, "What my mother-in-law, Mother Edgar, had to say is her fear talking. Fear she's lived with all her life. Fear we've all lived under here in Dragonville. That's why Jules and I created a new plan, one to totally put an end to the fear and dread this area has lived under all our days. Okay, Jules, it's time." All eyes were on Jules as he leapt from the dais, took his bow and an arrow from the scabbard on Castor, and returned to the dais. The tip of the arrow was bound with rags, and setting the rags aflame with a burning taper, Jules now launched the arrow from the bow, sending it zipping upward into the sky until it fell to the earth, landing in the meadow behind the dais. The crowd was silent at this display, trying to comprehend what it could mean, when Jack announced, "We have lived all our lives in fear of a dragon that has lived all alone and lonely all these many years. A dragon that offered to end his life at the point of my sword. Jules has just sent a signal to bring your fear here for you to meet the dragon himself. To get past your fear, you have to meet it eye to eye. Then you will get to the other side, where there is no fear. It's the only way. Either stay or go. It's up to you." A few of the townspeople began to scramble from the square, but when the main bulwark of the people stayed, some of the deserters straggled back. Exclamations began to fill the air as the people could now see the dragon's form heading their direction, the beast himself coming to their village on a purposeful course. Soon his massive frame was above them, circling, and then soared to a majestic glide, landing easily in the center of the meadow, only a few hundred feet from the villagers. The magnificent beast gazed at the townspeople with narrow eyes, watching for their reaction. Jack and Jules were calming the crowd. Then Jules leapt on Castor and rode across the meadow, dismounting at the dragon's side to reassure the people. Jack was declaring to the people, "You see Castor there by a dragon, a black stallion unafraid? There's your proof. Even a horse knows this great dragon is our friend." The townspeople began to move warily towards the meadow's edge, but no closer than that, even though Jack assured them they could go closer. "He's our friend, sure and true. You can see for yourselves. Jules is just fine right there by him." Anne was holding James tightly by the hand, and the boy began tugging at her, pulling her toward the mighty dragon, hauling with all his might, his eyes shining. "I'm going to meet your friend, Jack," she exclaimed. "James won't have it any other way." Across the meadow they trotted until James slipped from his mother's grip and flew to his uncle Jules at the dragon's side. Jules scooped the boy up and held him so he could see into the dragon's enormous eyes, reaching a hand out to stroke the mighty beast's snout.
James fearlessly stroked the beast's nose, then struggled free of Jules' arms and began running around the dragon, stopping to touch his scales, stroking the tip of his tail, clear around until he had gone full circle, returning to the dragon's head.
"Is this little thing a man baby?"
the dragon questioned. Jack, who had strode up with Jasper and Sedgwick, replied,
"No, this is my son James, and he's a boy over 3 years old. A baby's much smaller than him."
"Ho, ho, ho!" the dragon laughed.
"He's hardly a bite for the likes of me, and I'm supposed to be eating nibbles smaller than this? Now that is a good one."
The dragon stretched his head down low to the ground, looking right into little Jamie's eyes.
"He's a nice little boy, this son of yours, Jack."
"Yes, he is that," Jack nodded. All this conversation had brought the villagers very cautiously a little closer. Anne was standing in amazement behind Jack and Jules when they looked down to see James with his arms thrown around the dragon's snout, hugging him for all he was worth. Then the little boy declared, in a loud and admiring voice, as though he had spoken all the days of his life, "You are marvelous! You are just marvelous! Ooh, you are very, very marvelous!" The dragon gave a gentle chuckle at this outburst and politely assured the boy, "Well, you are pretty marvelous yourself, little one. You and I are going to be good friends. I can see that right now." "Yep," responded James. "We is friends already, and we will be forever and ever, you and me." Anne and Jack and Jules all fell to the ground beside Jamie, each exclaiming, "James, you are talking!" The little boy solemnly turned to them, gravely answering, "Yep, I am. That's 'zactly right." Then he shifted his attention back to the dragon, his brown eyes shining, his sweet face joyful and luminous as the full moon. Chapter 33, Love's Gift. 8 years had passed, and the atmosphere of Dragonville had definitely changed. Joyous screams and laughter accented the scene that Anne, Drusy, and Mary came upon as they rounded the bend to view the mill pond cove. Numerous children were playing in the cool waters, attended by a magnificent dragon who allowed himself to be a living water slide. There were children swimming for the shore, scrambling into a line, waiting their turn to climb a rope ladder up the dragon's side to the top of the dragon's back. Once there, they would launch themselves down the dragon's back, zipping along his tail full throttle until they flew into thin air and splashed into the pond. "Mama, Aunt Drusy, Grandma, watch me and Jason!" Lily laughed as she began climbing the woven rope ladder up to the dragon's back, helping her little cousin, Jason Jules, Aunt Drusy's son. A line of children were behind them, each waiting their turn on the extraordinary slide. Drusy exclaimed, "We're watching." Even as she spoke, the two children went streaking down the living slide, splashing into the pond water. Lily came up from the water first, and the dragon's head went underwater, and a moment later Jason was lifted on the dragon's snout and carefully placed into the shallower waters. Anne smiled. "There's nothing to worry about as long as Marf is here. He takes care of them better than any of us can when it comes to playing in the mill pond." "I know," Drusy exclaimed. "Marf is amazing, and little Jason Jules loves that mighty dragon, as we all do. My Jules and two little brothers all remember him in their prayers every night. Jason, too." The three women made their way to a large tree near the pond bank, where they settled on the grass together, Anne calling out, 15 more minutes and that's it for today. Marv needs a break and it's nearing dinner time. Look at Lily, how she's grown, remarked her grandmother Mary, watching Lily once again help Jason climb the woven rope ladder. She's so sweet with her little cousin, such a good girl. You're just partial to her because of the red hair, being you're a redhead yourself, Anne laughed. Well, be that as it may, she's still an exceptionally sweet girl. You know it's true, and those green eyes, the same as her parents. She has it all. Anne laughed again, watching Lily and Jason zip down the slide together. Truly, her 8-year-old daughter was a beauty with her bright auburn hair, green eyes, and sweet disposition. Mary gave a great contented sigh, settling herself against the giant tree's trunk. Don't think for 1 minute I've forgotten what it used to be like in this village, because I haven't. And I'm thankful every day for the change that angel of a dragon has brought to this valley. It's as different as vinegar and sugar, and I'm appreciating it every happy day I have left of this good life. And the two of you I count as angels, too. My sons did me right in marrying the two of you. Why, Mother Mary, Drusy smiled. You are a mother to me in the truest sense of the word, and I'm proud to be called your daughter-in-law. Daughter is more like it, my dear, Mary assured her. Here I get you and 2 new grandchildren all in a package, just like that. What a terrible day that was, your parents and children dying in that lightning strike, out traveling in that awful storm, the likes of which we'd never seen before. I recall not being able to see how anything good could possibly come from such a tragedy. You and your 2 little brothers left with Jack and Anne here, all of you so heartbroken and lost. You and your brothers being left at home with fevers was a good thing, though who knew at the time? They were tough days, hard as they could be. Yes, it was the darkest of times, but the light at the end of the tunnel has been a bright one, Drusy smiled with a shake of her head. Each morning when I look out my window and see Anne's and Jack's home across the way, I say thank you in my heart. I do the same every time Jules comes in the door, and every time I see him working with my brothers, teaching them and helping them in the kindest way. They're different kids than when Ma and Pa were alive. They've taken to the kindness of this family like a seed takes to water and sunshine. And I'm saying thank you every day of my life. Anne clasped her sister's hand. Jules sure knew what he was doing, letting May end their romance over that corny clay, saying all those pretty words to her. Jules could have kept her, sure as I'm breathing, but he let her have her foolish way. And I know it was because he had fallen for you, Drusy. I could see it happening right before my eyes and could sense it all along. I couldn't imagine how he was ever going to get out of his relationship with May. Yet it happened just fine. Things have a way of taking care of themselves, and we don't have to be able to figure out how. Somehow, we can always trust in that. Oh my, yes, agreed Mary. That's the truth of it. The difference in Jules with you, Drusy dear, is as different as winter and spring. Maybe that's because you love him so and always see the good in him. May, on the other hand, seemed to think somehow she'd make him the way she wanted him to be by pointing out what she thought was bad. It was not a pretty thing. He's a happy man, that son of mine, and I know it's because you have a way of seeing the goodness in him, and nothing but good. May, poor thing, is always looking for a flaw and finding exactly what she's looking for still to this day. Poor girl. She would be much happier changing her attitude and looking at the world differently. That's all I'm saying," Juicy exclaimed. "Oh, Mother Mary, Jules was always a wonderful man, and it doesn't take a magnifying glass to see it. As for me, I'm ever so grateful for May's outlook. Wearisome as it was for Jules, I think the toleration of it for a few years made our life together all the more appreciated." "I can see that, and it's a good point. We benefit from our experiences, or not. It's all up to us, and you're lucky to see the benefit." "We all are," Mary agreed. The three women laughed, then sat in companionable silence, watching the children playing in the sunshine, splashing in the mill pond, the dragon watchfully keeping track of each child. A call came from the top of the hill. "Mother!" And the women turned to see James running down the hill towards them, no longer a little boy. 11 now, he had grown almost as tall as his mother. His blond hair had darkened into a warm brown color, accented by his dark brown eyes. He came loping down the hill, only a slight limp noticeable as he ran, a shining smile on his face. "Today's the day," he declared breathlessly. "The other boys are taking the goats to their homes, and I'm giving Lily her birthday present today. Remember?" "Yes, James, I remember. Your sister can hardly wait to see what it might be, and today is the day." "You didn't give her a present on her birthday 2 days ago?" Grandma Mary questioned. "Nope, there was rain, so we had to put it off." "Rain? What does a little rain have to do with a birthday present?" "Well, you'll see soon enough, Grandma Mary. It's a secret. Mom said I can give Lily her birthday gift the first good day of sunshine. And this is it. Right, Mom?" The boy laughed. "Yes, this is absolutely it," Anne agreed. Then she turned to the pond and called, "Lily, bring Jason and Julia here to Aunt Drusy. Then get yourself changed into the dry clothes I brought. All of you children, that's it for today. Swimming time is over." James now bounded to the dragon. "Hey, Marf, I'm here." The dragon's eyes lit up at the sight of the boy who stood before him. "I missed you today," James declared. "It's no fun tending goats without you. But it looks like the kids all had a grand time. It's only fair to share you a little." Marv chuckled, then turned to see if all the children were gone from the pond before he moved himself onto the bank of the mill pond, where he proceeded to shake himself, sending a shower of silvery water droplets high into the air. James carefully removed the rope ladder from Marv's back. The three women watched the scene with quiet eyes, each touched by the deep bond between the boy and his mighty dragon friend. "It amazes me every time I witness what goes on between them," Mary declared in a hushed voice. "Love is a magnificent thing." Lily appeared beside the women, dressed in dry clothes from the bundle her mother had given her. "Here," spoke Anne patiently, "let me towel dry that hair as best I can, Lily. It's almost time for Jack to give you that present you've been waiting for." As Anne began gently rubbing Lily's thick auburn hair to dry, Lily gazed at her brother and the dragon, who were talking together in low voices, a sad little frown on her face. "Now, Lily, what's the frown for?" questioned her mother. "Same reason as always," Lily responded. "They always leave me out, and I love them too, but they just always leave me out." "You know the rule, Lily, and it's a dragon's rule," her mother responded. "I know, Mom, and I've got to accept it," Lily groaned. "I know. It just seems like it's a dragon's rule, and it's a Jamie's rule, too. In fact, I don't think Marf would have made that rule if it wasn't for Jamie." "You could be right about that," Anne agreed with a small smile. "The two of them do have an iron bond since the day they met and James started talking again. Now we can't get him to stop. Wonder of wonders. How about changing these gloomy thoughts for now and preparing yourself for James' present? Because today's the day, sweetheart. Brushing Lily's hair into a low ponytail, Anne secured it with a long green ribbon, commenting, "There, you are ready for your birthday present, my darling. Let's go on down to your brother." All of the group, including the town children, crowded behind Anne and Lily, all wondering about this mysterious birthday present as Anne and Lily walked hand in hand to Jamie's side. "Hey, Lil," grinned James, "it's birthday present time on this first day of sunshine since you turned 8. Why did we have to wait for sunshine, Jamie? Just why? It better be a darn good reason, because I'm real good at seeing things even when it's raining, and don't think I'm not. The reason's because Mom and Dad wouldn't let you go off flying in the rain. One pretty darn good reason, don't you think?" The little girl stood stunned, then stammered, "Flying? You mean for real? Flying?" James and Martha were each nodding their heads. That was exactly right. Then Lily was screaming, "Flying! You're taking me flying? You're breaking a dragon's law and taking me flying? I'm allowed to fly with you?" Mary, Drusy, and all the kids gasped at this conversation, and Anne smiled at them, even as Lily questioned, "I'm allowed to fly with Marv and James, Mom? Really allowed to?" James responded, "Yes, Lily, you are. Look up there." On the hilltop stood Jack, Jules, Jasper, and Sedgwick Anorey. The 4 men raised their arms and waved, even as Lily's shrill squeal echoed through the valley. Seeing the men there to watch her first flight, Lily burst into happy tears. "Oh, oh, oh, Jamie and Marv, you too. This is the best gift anyone ever gave anyone in this whole wide world. The very, very best." Gravely, James helped Lily onto Marv's back. Climbing on in front of her, he instructed her to wrap her arms around him while he wrapped a wide leather belt around the 2 of them, cinched it, and grasped the collar his father had crafted just for this reason. "Okay," he stated. "We're ready, Marv. Let's go." The dragon stood, looked solemnly down at the women and children before him, and declared, "We'll be back. No need to worry. Jamie knows what he's doing, and Lily's in good hands." James smiled at this statement, declaring, "Marv knows what he's doing, and we're all in the good with him." With a mighty surge, the dragon lifted from the earth and soared into the air. Shrill squeals of delight echoing through the air accented with Jamie's joyous laughter. All the onlookers gazed upward as the dragon soared higher, still able to hear the children's laughter. Then Lily unloosed an arm from around her brother and pulled the long ribbon from her hair, releasing it into the air. Her hair fanned behind her, sparking fire in the sunlight. The bright green ribbon floated earthward, spiraling downward, rippling in the wind currents. Circling and whirling, it gently made its way directly to the outstretched hand of a smiling Jack Anorey. The end.